The ocean stretches endlessly before us tonight, a vast canvas of midnight blue that mirrors the starlit sky above. Listen carefully, and you can hear it. The gentle rhythm of waves lapping against distant shores, the soft whisper of salt-tinged wind carrying stories from across the seven seas. Each ripple holds a memory, each current carries a tale that has traveled thousands of miles to reach your ears. As you settle into your comfortable space, allow yourself to drift with the sound of these eternal waters. The stars above twinkle like ancient lighthouses, their pale gleam reflecting off the ocean's surface in dancing patterns that have mesmerized sailors for countless generations. Tonight, we embark on a journey through time and tide, exploring the mysteries that have haunted the maritime world for centuries. The sea has always been humanity's greatest frontier, beautiful yet treacherous, life-giving yet deadly, familiar yet utterly alien. For thousands of years, brave souls have ventured across its shifting surface, seeking new lands, chasing fortune, or simply answering the ocean's eternal call. Yet the sea keeps its secrets jealously, and sometimes vessels that sail into the horizon never return to tell their tales. Picture yourself standing on a weathered dock at twilight, watching the last fishing boats return to harbor. Their lights bob gently in the growing darkness, safe beacons cutting through the evening mist. But beyond them, where the horizon swallows the last traces of daylight, lies something far more mysterious. A realm where ships have vanished without explanation, where crews have disappeared leaving only empty vessels drifting with the tide, where maritime legends blur the line between fact and fiction. Tonight's voyage will take us through more than 4 hours of the ocean's most perplexing mysteries. We'll encounter vessels that simply vanished from the face of the earth, leaving behind only questions that echo through the decades. Ships found floating perfectly intact but completely abandoned, their crews nowhere to be found. Phantom vessels that appear to sailors on dark nights, only to disappear with the morning fog. Ghost ships that continue their eternal journeys decades after their final voyage should have ended. These are not merely tales of mechanical failure or navigational errors. These are stories that challenge our understanding of what's possible, mysteries that have confounded maritime experts, investigators, and historians for generations. Each case we'll explore tonight represents a puzzle piece in the greater enigma of what truly lies beneath the ocean's serene surface. The sea remembers everything. Every ship that has ever sailed its waters, every soul that has trusted their life to its mercy, every prayer whispered by sailors facing impossible storms. Tonight, we'll hear some of those memories, whispered confessions of the deep that speak of tragedies both explained and inexplicable, of adventures that ended in ways no one could have predicted. As we begin this nocturnal journey, feel the gentle rocking motion of imaginary waves beneath you. Let the soft sound of water against hull lull you into that perfect state between waking and dreaming, where mysteries feel less frightening and more like fascinating puzzles waiting to be understood. The ocean's voice is calling, sharing its most carefully guarded secrets with those brave enough to listen. From the icy waters of the North Atlantic where the mighty Titanic met its fate, to the tropical seas where modern vessels disappear without a trace, our maritime mysteries span every ocean and every era. We'll visit the foggy waters off the coast of Nova Scotia, where ghost ships drift eternally through the mist. We'll explore the vast Pacific, where entire cargo vessels have vanished, leaving investigators with nothing but theories and speculation. We'll journey to polar regions where ice-locked ships have become frozen monuments to human determination and nature's overwhelming power. Each story we encounter tonight has been chosen not just for its mystery, but for its ability to transport you to another time and place. These are tales that have been passed down through generations of sailors, refined and retold in countless maritime logs, newspaper accounts, and official investigations. Yet despite decades or even centuries of research, they remain as puzzling today as they were when they first occurred. The beauty of these maritime mysteries lies not just in their unsolved nature, but in the window they provide into humanity's relationship with the sea. Every vanished ship represents someone's livelihood, someone's dream, someone's final adventure. Every abandoned vessel floating empty on the waves tells a story of human ambition, meeting forces beyond our control or understanding. Tonight, as you listen to these tales unfold, you'll notice how the ocean serves as more than just a setting. It becomes a character in its own right, sometimes benevolent, sometimes cruel, always unpredictable. The sea that provides life and sustenance is the same force that can swallow ships whole, leaving no trace of their existence except in the memories of those who loved the souls aboard. We'll encounter vessels from every era of maritime history, sailing ships from the age of exploration, their canvas sails billowing in winds that no longer blow, steam-powered vessels from the Industrial Revolution, their smokestacks cold and silent, modern cargo ships equipped with the latest technology, yet still vulnerable to the ocean's ancient mysteries. Each era brings its own type of enigma, proving that technological advancement doesn't necessarily provide immunity from the sea's most perplexing phenomena. As we prepare to dive deeper into these stories, remember that you're not just a passive listener. You're joining a long tradition of people fascinated by maritime mysteries. Countless researchers, investigators, maritime historians, and amateur sleuths have spent years trying to solve these puzzles. Some have made progress, uncovering new evidence or proposing compelling theories. Others have only added new questions to the existing mysteries. The gentle sound of waves continues around us, a constant reminder that while we explore these mysteries from the safety and comfort of dry land, the ocean continues its eternal dance. Ships pass overhead even now, their crews perhaps unaware that they're traveling through waters where other vessels have vanished, where maritime legends were born, where the line between reality and myth grows thin as sea foam. Let your breathing slow and deepen as we prepare to encounter our first mystery. Feel the ocean's rhythm synchronizing with your heartbeat, the ancient pulse of tides that has remained constant throughout all of human history. Whether you're seeking restful sleep or simply fascination with the unknown, these stories will carry you gently through the night, like a calm current guiding a small boat toward distant shores. The sea is patient, eternal, and filled with secrets. Tonight, it's ready to share some of those secrets with you. All you need to do is listen, relax, and let the mysteries wash over you like gentle waves on a moonlit beach. Our journey into the deep unknown is about to begin, and the first of many enigmatic vessels is approaching through the mist of time and memory. Welcome aboard this voyage through maritime history's most compelling mysteries. The tide is turning, the stars are bright, and somewhere in the darkness beyond the horizon, the ghost ships are beginning to sail. Our first destination takes us northward, where the icy waters of the Pacific Northwest hold one of the most tragic tales of maritime disaster and supernatural mystery. As we adjust our course toward the rugged coastline of Vancouver Island, the gentle evening breeze carries with it whispers of a January night in 1906, when a passenger steamship named Valencia would meet its fate against the unforgiving rocks, leaving behind not just a tragic loss of life, but reports of ghostly distress signals that would haunt the maritime community for years to come. Chapter 1. SS Valencia, the Phantom Distress Calls. The SS Valencia was born in an era when steam-powered vessels represented the height of maritime technology. Constructed in 1882 by William Cramp and Sons Shipyard in Philadelphia, this iron-hulled steamship stretched 252 feet in length and was designed to carry passengers between San Francisco and Seattle. For over 2 decades, she had served faithfully on this coastal route, her twin screws and compound steam engine providing reliable service through the often turbulent waters of the Pacific coast. On January 20th, 1906, the Valencia departed San Francisco bound for Seattle with 164 souls aboard. Captain Oscar Johnson commanded the vessel, an experienced mariner who had navigated these waters countless times before. The passenger manifest included miners returning from California goldfields, families relocating to Washington Territory, and immigrants continuing their westward journey. As the Valencia steamed northward through the night of January 21st, heavy weather began to develop. Strong southwesterly winds whipped the sea into towering swells, while thick fog reduced visibility to nearly zero. Captain Johnson found himself navigating by dead reckoning, estimating position based on compass heading, speed, and time elapsed. In an era before radar or GPS, this method was standard but inherently risky near a dangerous coastline. At approximately 11:30 p.m. on January 22nd, the Valencia's lookout spotted breakers ahead. Captain Johnson immediately ordered engines reversed, but it was too late. The ship struck the rocky shoreline near Pachina Point with a tremendous grinding crash. The impact drove the Valencia firmly onto a narrow ledge of rock, where she became wedged with her bow facing shore and her stern extending into churning surf. For 3 days, The Valencia remained wedged against the rocks while passengers and crew faced increasingly desperate circumstances. The ship's wireless telegraph operator, Frank Fleming, continued sending distress calls throughout the ordeal, providing real-time accounts of deteriorating conditions aboard. His final transmission on January 24th reported that the ship was breaking up and many passengers had already been lost to the sea. On January 24th, a massive wave struck the Valencia with such force that it broke the ship's back, causing the stern section to separate and sink immediately. Of the 164 people who had boarded in San Francisco, only 37 survived. The official investigation concluded that the tragedy resulted from navigational error compounded by severe weather conditions. However, the Valencia's story did not end with the official investigation. Within months of the disaster, maritime radio operators began reporting mysterious distress signals that seemed to originate from the wreck site. These phantom transmissions followed the same pattern as authentic distress calls sent by operator Fleming during the ship's final hours. The ghostly radio messages were first reported by the wireless station at Pachina Point, located near the wreck site. Operators claimed to receive weak but clear Morse code signals spelling out SOS Valencia, followed by coordinates corresponding exactly to where the ship had gone down. These transmissions typically occurred during storm conditions similar to those that had caused the original disaster. What made these reports particularly unsettling was their technical accuracy. The phantom signals used the same wireless frequency the Valencia's radio had operated on, and the Morse code style matched that of operator Fleming. Several experienced radio operators who had previously communicated with Fleming confirmed that the mysterious signals bore his characteristic fist, the unique timing and rhythm that wireless operators could recognize like a signature. Over the following years, maritime radio operators throughout the Pacific Northwest reported receiving similar phantom distress calls from the Valencia. These reports came from locations as far south as San Francisco and as far north as Prince Rupert. The messages always followed the same pattern: an SOS call identifying the vessel as Valencia, followed by position coordinates, and sometimes fragmentary messages about the ship breaking up. The most recent confirmed reports of phantom Valencia transmissions occurred in the 1980s, when Coast Guard operators using modern digital equipment reported receiving automated distress signals identifying their source as the passenger vessel Valencia at coordinates corresponding to the 1906 wreck site. These modern phantom calls included GPS coordinates with precision impossible for original 1906 era equipment, yet maintained the same urgent tone and specific details. As we drift away from the fog-shrouded waters where the Valencia met her fate, our maritime journey carries us across the vast Pacific toward warmer latitudes and more recent mysteries. Chapter 2, High Aim 6, The Vanishing Crew. Our voyage now takes us far from any coastline, into the vast emptiness of the Pacific Ocean, where commercial fishing vessels work the deep waters. Here, where the horizon stretches endlessly and the nearest land may be hundreds of miles away, we encounter a mystery from 2003 that proves modern technology can only deepen maritime enigmas. The High Aim 6 was a modern deep-sea fishing vessel, built in 1999 in Kaohsiung, Taiwan. At 180 feet in length, she represented cutting-edge commercial fishing technology, equipped with sophisticated fish-finding sonar, satellite navigation, and long-range communication equipment. Her steel hull was designed to withstand heavy seas, while her powerful diesel engine and extended fuel capacity allowed operation far from port for weeks. On January 13, 2003, the High Aim 6 departed Kaohsiung with 11 experienced fishermen aboard. Captain Chen Wei-ming commanded the vessel, a veteran of 23 years at sea. The crew included Taiwanese and Filipino fishermen, all experienced in demanding deep-sea commercial fishing. The fishing trip was planned to last approximately 3 weeks, targeting tuna fishing grounds 500 miles southeast of Taiwan. For the first 10 days, the High Aim 6 maintained regular radio contact with her company's operations center and other fishing vessels. Captain Chen reported good fishing conditions and substantial catch, suggesting the voyage was proceeding successfully. The vessel's automatic identification system showed her following normal fishing patterns in the designated area. The last confirmed communication occurred on January 23, 2003, when Captain Chen reported his position and indicated fishing operations were continuing normally. The transmission was routine, with no indication of problems aboard. Weather conditions remained favorable with only moderate winds and seas. When the high AIM-6 failed to make her scheduled radio check the following day, company officials initially attributed the silence to equipment problems. However, when a full day passed without contact, the company contacted other fishing vessels to search for the missing boat. On January 26th, 3 days after last radio contact, another Taiwanese fishing boat spotted the high AIM-6 drifting approximately 30 miles from her last reported position. The vessel appeared completely abandoned, floating normally with no signs of damage or distress, yet no crew members were visible on deck. What they found aboard would become one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries of the modern era. The vessel was in perfect condition, with no signs of damage, flooding, or fire. Engines started immediately when tested, all navigation equipment functioned normally, and the cabin showed no signs of distress or struggle. A substantial catch of tuna was found in the refrigerated hold. Most eerily, the crew's personal belongings remained exactly as if the men had simply stepped away for moments. Meals were found half-finished on the galley table, with coffee still warm in cups. Playing cards were laid out as if a game had been interrupted mid-hand. Personal items like wallets, watches, and photographs remained in crew quarters, and several $1,000s was found in the ship's safe. The ship's logbook had been maintained normally until the day of the crew's disappearance, with the final entry in Captain Chen's handwriting noting routine fishing operations and normal weather. Navigation equipment showed the vessel had been following standard fishing patterns, with autopilot engaged when the crew vanished. Most mysteriously, all emergency equipment remained aboard and unused. Life rafts were properly stowed. Emergency radio beacons, flares, and survival suits remained in designated storage locations. This ruled out the possibility that the crew had abandoned ship due to perceived emergency. The Taiwanese Coast Guard launched a comprehensive search operation, deploying aircraft and patrol vessels to search thousands of square miles. Despite ideal weather conditions and assistance from American and Japanese maritime authorities, no trace of the missing crew members was ever found. No bodies, life jackets, or personal items were recovered from the water. The official investigation involved multiple agencies and maritime experts. Investigators conducted thorough examination of the vessel, testing all systems for evidence of malfunction or sabotage. Forensic experts searched for evidence of violence or struggle, but found absolutely no evidence of foul play, mechanical failure, or obvious cause for the crew's disappearance. Theories ranged from toxic gas exposure to rogue waves, piracy to alien abduction, but none could be conclusively proven. The high AIM-6 was eventually returned to service with a new crew, though superstitions made it difficult to find fishermen willing to work aboard her. The case remains officially unsolved, representing one of the most thoroughly documented examples of an entire crew vanishing without explanation. Chapter 3. SS Marine Sulphur Queen, Into the Triangle. The warm Caribbean trade winds now carry us toward one of the ocean's most infamous regions. Here in February 1963, a massive cargo vessel would simply vanish in the area that has become known as the Bermuda Triangle, taking 39 souls and spawning theories ranging from scientific to supernatural. The SS Marine Sulphur Queen was a converted T2 tanker, originally built in 1944 as an oil tanker but extensively modified in the 1950s to carry molten sulfur. At 524 feet in length and displacing over 15,000 tons when loaded, she represented cutting-edge chemical transport technology. Her cargo holds were lined with special insulation to maintain molten sulfur at temperatures exceeding 300 degrees Fahrenheit. On February 2, 1963, the Marine Sulphur Queen departed Beaumont, Texas, loaded with 15,260 tons of molten sulfur bound for Baltimore, Maryland. Captain V.N. Fanning commanded the ship with 38 experienced merchant mariners. The voyage was expected to take approximately 1 week, following a route through the Gulf of Mexico around southern Florida and north along the Atlantic coast. For the first 2 days, the Marine Sulphur Queen maintained regular radio contact with shore stations. Captain Fanning reported normal operations and routine progress. On February 4th, Radio Officer Wayne Henderson sent a routine position report indicating the ship was approximately 300 miles off Florida's coast. This transmission, received by Miami Coast Guard at 1:25 a.m., would be the last confirmed communication from the vessel. When the Marine Sulphur Queen failed to arrive in Baltimore on February 7th, company officials initially attributed the delay to weather or mechanical problems. However, when radio attempts proved unsuccessful, the Coast Guard launched a search and rescue operation on February 8th. The first clue was discovered February 14th, when a Coast Guard aircraft spotted several life preservers floating approximately 350 miles southeast of Miami. The life preservers were confirmed to have come from the missing vessel, but no survivors were found. Over following days, additional debris washed ashore throughout the Bahamas and southern Florida, including life preservers, wooden decking fragments, and personal belongings. Most significantly, several life rafts were found that had apparently been automatically released but showed no signs of human occupation. The scattered debris pattern suggested sudden catastrophic breakup rather than gradual sinking that would have allowed crew time to launch lifeboats and transmit distress signals. The Coast Guard investigation revealed that the Marine Sulphur Queen had been constructed as a wartime emergency vessel using simplified design standards prioritizing production speed over longevity. By 1963, the ship was nearly 20 years old with significant structural deterioration. Investigators discovered the ship's hull had developed numerous cracks and weak points, particularly where the original oil tanker design had been modified for sulfur transport. Constant heating and cooling cycles required for molten sulfur transport had created additional stress, leading to metal fatigue and corrosion. Most damaging was the discovery that marine transport lines had been aware of serious structural problems, but continued operating the ship without implementing necessary repairs. The investigation concluded the Marine Sulphur Queen likely suffered catastrophic structural failure, possibly triggered by heavy weather placing excessive stress on the already weakened hull. The vessel had broken apart so rapidly that the crew had no time to send distress signals or launch lifeboats. However, the vessel's disappearance in the infamous Bermuda Triangle led to supernatural theories. UFO researchers and paranormal investigators seized upon the case as evidence of extraterrestrial activity. A commercial airline pilot reported observing a bright green light moving at high speed across the ocean's surface on the night of February 4th, with similar reports from other vessel crews describing lights that hovered over water before suddenly accelerating beyond the horizon. More exotic theories suggested electromagnetic anomalies in the Bermuda Triangle region capable of disrupting ship electrical systems so severely that vessels could lose all power and communication. However, scientists remained skeptical, pointing out that structural problems provided adequate explanation for the disaster. The Marine Sulphur Queen disaster led to significant changes in maritime safety regulations, particularly governing inspection and maintenance of aging vessels. New requirements were implemented for structural monitoring of converted wartime ships, while vessels carrying dangerous materials became subject to more frequent inspections. Despite these improvements, the ship's wreck has never been located, and theories about her fate continue to evolve decades later. Chapter 4. Kaz II, the Perfect Disappearance. The azure waters of the Coral Sea stretch beneath the Southern Cross as our voyage carries us to northeastern Australia's warm coasts. Here, where the Great Barrier Reef creates a marine wonderland, we encounter a 2007 mystery that would baffle investigators and capture the sailing community's imagination worldwide. The Kaz II was a modern 9.8-meter catamaran, built in 2006 for comfortable coastal cruising in Australian waters. Her twin-hull design provided exceptional stability and interior space, while shallow draft allowed exploration of reef areas inaccessible to conventional yachts. The vessel was equipped with latest safety and navigation equipment, including GPS systems, VHF radio, emergency beacons, and comprehensive safety gear, meeting all Australian maritime requirements. The yacht was owned by Derek Batten, a 56-year-old experienced sailor from Western Australia who had planned a leisurely cruise along the Queensland coast with two friends. Batten had been sailing for over 30 years and was well known in Perth yachting circles for seamanship skills and safety-conscious approach. His companions were Peter Tunstead, 69, and James Tunstead, 63, brothers who were also experienced sailors with decades of small boat experience. On April 15, 2007, the three men departed Airlie Beach in Queensland aboard Kaz II, bound for Townsville, approximately 200 nautical miles north. The voyage was planned as a relaxed coastal cruise, staying relatively close to shore and taking advantage of protected waters inside the Great Barrier Reef. Weather conditions were ideal, with light winds, calm seas, and clear skies predicted for the entire route. On April 16th, just one day after departure, Kaz II was spotted by a helicopter crew conducting routine aerial patrols. The crew observed the yacht sailing normally under autopilot with sails properly set, but noticed no one visible on deck despite perfect sailing conditions. When the aircraft circled for closer inspection, they attempted radio contact but received no response. 2 days later, on April 18th, Kaz II was spotted by a commercial fishing vessel crew. The yacht was now approximately 80 nautical miles from her last known position, still sailing under autopilot but with sails beginning to flog, suggesting the self-steering system was no longer functioning properly. Most importantly, they noticed the yacht's tender was missing. Growing concerned, the fishing vessel approached for closer inspection. Several crew members boarded the yacht to investigate, finding her in perfect condition with no signs of damage, flooding, or mechanical problems. The engine started immediately when tested. All navigation equipment functioned normally, and the cabin showed no signs of distress or struggle. Most mysteriously, the crew's personal belongings remained exactly as if the men had simply stepped away for minutes. Food was laid out on the cabin table, including a partly eaten meal. Coffee cups contained fresh coffee, and a laptop computer was still running, displaying a navigation program showing the yacht's current position. Personal items like wallets, watches, and cell phones remained in the cabin, along with substantial cash amounts. All safety equipment remained aboard and unused. Life jackets stayed in storage locations. The emergency life raft remained in its canister with no signs of deployment. Most significantly, the yacht's emergency position indicating radio beacon, EPIRB, was still in its mounting bracket, despite regulations requiring activation in any abandoned ship situation. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority launched a comprehensive search and rescue operation, deploying aircraft and vessels to search hundreds of square nautical miles. Despite extensive searching and ideal weather conditions, no trace of the 3 missing sailors was ever found. No bodies, life jackets, or personal items were recovered from the water. The official investigation by the Australian Transport Safety Bureau revealed that Kaz II's autopilot system had been properly engaged and functioning normally when found. Weather data showed conditions had remained favorable throughout the disappearance period, with light winds and calm seas posing no threat to experienced sailors. Forensic examination revealed no evidence of violent struggle or foul play. The missing tender became a focal point. The small inflatable boat had been properly stowed at departure, but investigators couldn't determine when or why it had been deployed. Theories ranged from the crew taking the tender to explore a nearby reef and suffering an accident, to one crew member falling overboard and the others launching the tender in rescue attempts. However, calm weather conditions made these explanations unlikely for experienced sailors. More exotic theories included shark attack, collective panic causing unnecessary yacht abandonment, medical emergencies, or even alien abduction. However, none could be conclusively proven. The investigation also considered piracy, but the crew's valuables remained untouched and the yacht showed no signs of unauthorized boarding. The Kaz II case attracted significant media attention, becoming one of Australia's most famous maritime mysteries. The incident was compared to classic mysteries like the Mary Celeste, noting the eerie similarity of a vessel found in perfect condition with her crew completely vanished. The yacht was eventually returned to Derek Batten's family and subsequently sold, though her reputation as a mystery ship made finding buyers difficult. The mystery continues to intrigue maritime investigators and sailing enthusiasts more than 15 years later, representing one of the most thoroughly documented examples of an unexplained vanishing of an entire yacht crew. As we sail away from the tropical waters where Kaz II was found drifting without her crew, our journey takes us north toward the temperate waters of the North Atlantic, where we will encounter one of America's most enduring maritime mysteries. Chapter 5: Carol A. Deering, the Ghost Schooner. Cold Atlantic winds carry us northward toward the temperate coasts of North America. Here, where the Gulf Stream meets colder Labrador current waters, fog banks roll across the ocean like ghostly sentinels. It is in these waters, off the treacherous diamond shoals of Cape Hatteras, that we encounter one of America's most enduring maritime mysteries, a magnificent 5-masted schooner found under full sail in January 1921. Her 11-man crew vanished without trace. The Carol A. Deering was built in 1919 by G.G. Deering Company in Bath, Maine, representing the pinnacle of commercial sailing vessel design. This 5-masted schooner stretched 255 feet in length, designed for lumber and general cargo trade. Her 5 towering masts could carry over 6,000 square feet of canvas when fully rigged, giving her power to maintain respectable speeds even in light winds. On August 20, 1920, the Carroll A. Deering departed Norfolk, Virginia, under Captain William Merritt, bound for Rio de Janeiro with coal cargo. The crew consisted of 11 experienced sailors, including First Mate Charles McClellan. Captain Merritt was a veteran master mariner with over 30 years' experience commanding sailing vessels. The voyage to Rio de Janeiro proceeded without significant incident, though Captain Merritt reported some crew discipline problems during the Atlantic crossing. Upon arrival in Rio de Janeiro, Captain Merritt became ill and was hospitalized, requiring him to turn command over to First Mate McClellan for the return voyage. On December 2, 1920, the Carroll A. Deering departed Rio de Janeiro with hides and South American products bound for Norfolk. Acting Captain McClellan planned to follow the standard route northward along the South American coast to the Caribbean, then through Caribbean islands to reach Atlantic shipping lanes back to Virginia. On January 23, 1921, the Carroll A. Deering was sighted and hailed by the lightship at Cape Lookout, North Carolina. A man aboard the Deering shouted that the schooner had lost both anchors and requested this be reported to ship owners. The lightship crew noted unusual aspects of this encounter. The person who hailed them wore clothes more typical of an engineer than sailor and spoke with a foreign accent. Most significantly, the man wasn't identified as Captain McClellan or any officers who would normally handle such communications. 2 days later, on January 25th, the Carroll A. Deering was spotted by Cape Hatteras lightship crew. The schooner sailed northward under full sail, apparently making good progress, but appeared to be sailing somewhat erratically with no crew members visible on deck, despite challenging navigation required in dangerous waters around Cape Hatteras. On January 31, 1921, the Carroll A. Deering was discovered aground on Diamond Shoals by Coast Guard patrol vessel crew. The schooner had run hard aground on the outer edge of shoals, where wave force and tide action had driven her firmly onto sand. The vessel appeared intact but listed heavily to port, indicating hull damage from grounding. When Coast Guard boarding parties finally reached the Carroll A. Deering on February 4th, they discovered a scene that would become one of the most famous maritime mysteries in American history. The schooner was completely abandoned, with no trace of her 11-man crew aboard. The vessel's interior showed signs of hasty abandonment, with personal belongings scattered and several important items missing. The ship's lifeboats were gone, along with navigation equipment, ship's chronometers, and most importantly, all official papers and logbooks. The crew's personal belongings had been largely left behind, but items of obvious value had been removed. The galley showed evidence of recently prepared meals, but the crew had apparently abandoned ship before eating. Most mysteriously, the Carroll A. Deering's anchors were missing, just as reported to Cape Lookout lightship. However, anchor chains had been cut with tools rather than broken by natural forces, indicating someone had intentionally disabled the vessel's ground tackle. Despite extensive searching by multiple aircraft and vessels, no trace of the 11 missing men was ever found. No bodies, lifeboats, or personal items were recovered, despite ideal weather conditions for such searches. The official investigation was conducted by multiple government agencies. One primary theory was mutiny aboard the Carroll A. Deering, noting Captain Merritt's reported disciplinary problems and First Mate McClellan's possible lack of experience controlling a troublesome crew. However, if crew had committed mutiny, they would logically have tried sailing to a safe port rather than into notoriously dangerous Diamond Shoals. Another theory focused on piracy, as the early 1920s saw increased pirate activity in the Caribbean. Several other vessels had disappeared or been found abandoned in the same area during the same period. However, examination revealed no evidence of contraband, and the ship's route and timing were consistent with normal commercial operations. Some investigators theorized that the Carroll A. Deering might have fallen victim to foreign agents or revolutionaries operating in the Caribbean during post-World War I political instability. However, investigation of crew backgrounds revealed no evidence of political involvement or foreign connections. Despite extensive investigation by multiple agencies, no definitive explanation was ever established. The case remained officially unsolved, with investigators concluding only that the vessel had been deliberately abandoned by persons unknown for reasons that could not be determined. The Carroll A. Deering case has become integral to American maritime folklore, representing the romance and danger of commercial sailing's final era. The image of the beautiful five-masted schooner found under full sail, but completely abandoned, has captured generations' imagination. As we sail away from Cape Hatteras' treacherous waters, our journey continues through the modern era of maritime technology, where our next encounter will demonstrate that even technological marvels cannot guarantee safe passage against the ocean's ancient fury. Our journey now carries us into the deeper waters of the Atlantic, where the warm Gulf Stream mingles with cooler northern currents, creating the perfect conditions for the sea's most enduring mysteries. Here, in March 1918, during the final months of the Great War, we encounter what remains the United States Navy's single greatest non-combat loss of life, a massive naval auxiliary vessel that simply vanished with all hands, taking with her 306 souls and spawning nearly a century of theories, investigations, and supernatural speculation. The USS Cyclops was a naval auxiliary vessel of the Proteus class, designed specifically for the demanding task of carrying bulk cargo across the world's oceans. Built in 1910 by the Workman Clark Shipyard in Belfast, Ireland, she was originally constructed for civilian service but was acquired by the U.S. Navy in 1917 as America entered World War I. At 542 feet in length and displacing over 19,000 tons when fully loaded, the Cyclops was one of the largest vessels in the Navy's auxiliary fleet, capable of carrying massive quantities of coal, ore, and other essential materials to support the war effort. The vessel's design incorporated several unique features that made her particularly well-suited for bulk cargo operations. Her single large cargo hold could accommodate over 10,000 tons of material, while powerful steam-driven cranes allowed efficient loading and unloading at ports that lacked adequate dock facilities. However, the ship's design also incorporated certain structural weaknesses that would later become the focus of intense investigation. Her single cargo hold created potential stability problems when partially loaded, and her aging steam propulsion system required constant maintenance to remain reliable. On March 4, 1918, the USS Cyclops departed Bridgetown, Barbados, under the command of Lieutenant Commander George Washington Worley, carrying a cargo of 10,800 tons of manganese ore bound for Baltimore, Maryland. The manganese was destined for steel production facilities supporting the American war effort, making the Cyclops cargo strategically vital to the nation's military objectives. Commander Worley was an experienced merchant captain who had been pressed into naval service with the outbreak of war, though his background was in civilian shipping rather than military operations. The crew complement aboard the Cyclops included 236 naval personnel and 57 passengers, many of whom were merchant sailors and technical specialists being transported back to the United States. Among the passengers were several individuals whose presence would later fuel conspiracy theories about the ship's disappearance, including German nationals who had been detained in the Caribbean and were being transported to internment camps in America. The total number of souls aboard the vessel was 306, making her loss the deadliest non-combat naval disaster in American history. Weather conditions at the time of departure appeared favorable, with moderate seas and light winds predicted along the planned route northward through the Atlantic. The voyage from Barbados to Baltimore was considered routine, following well-established shipping lanes that were regularly patrolled by Allied naval forces. The expected transit time was approximately 1 week, barring any mechanical problems or unusual weather conditions. The Cyclops maintained regular radio contact with shore stations during the first day of her voyage, with Commander Worley reporting normal operations and satisfactory progress toward Baltimore. The vessel's last confirmed position was transmitted on March 5th, indicating that she was approximately 200 miles northeast of Barbados and maintaining course and schedule for her arrival in Maryland. This final radio transmission was routine, giving no indication of any problems aboard the ship or concerns about weather or mechanical conditions. When the USS Cyclops failed to arrive in Baltimore on her scheduled date of March 13th, naval authorities initially attributed the delay to mechanical problems or adverse weather that might have slowed her progress. However, when attempts to establish radio contact with the vessel proved unsuccessful, and when reports from other ships in the area failed to provide any sightings of the missing vessel, the Navy began to suspect that something serious had occurred. On March 15th, the Navy officially declared the USS Cyclops overdue and launched a comprehensive search and rescue operation. Multiple vessels and aircraft were deployed to search the Cyclops' planned route, while radio stations throughout the Atlantic were instructed to maintain continuous watch for any distress signals from the missing ship. The search operation continued for several weeks, covering thousands of square miles of ocean, but no trace of the Cyclops or her 306 crew members and passengers was ever found. The complete absence of any wreckage, debris, or distress signals from the USS Cyclops created an immediate mystery that would only deepen with subsequent investigation. In an era when ships typically left some trace of their destruction, floating debris, oil slicks, or distress calls, the Cyclops had simply vanished, as if she had never existed. The vessel's disappearance occurred during a period when German U-boats were actively operating in the Atlantic, leading many to initially assume that the ship had been torpedoed by enemy submarines. However, examination of German naval records after the war revealed no evidence that any U-boat had encountered or attacked the USS Cyclops. German submarine commanders were meticulous in recording their attacks and victories, and the absence of any such records regarding the Cyclops suggested that enemy action was not responsible for her loss. Additionally, torpedo attacks typically left floating debris and survivors that would have been detected by the extensive search operation. The official Navy investigation into the loss of the USS Cyclops examined every aspect of the vessel's design, cargo, crew, and operational history. Investigators discovered several factors that might have contributed to the ship's loss, though none provided a definitive explanation for her complete disappearance. The vessel's single large cargo hold created potential stability problems, particularly when carrying dense cargoes like manganese ore that could shift during rough weather. If the ore cargo had moved to one side of the ship, it could have caused the Cyclops to develop a dangerous list that might have led to capsizing. The investigation also revealed that the USS Cyclops had been experiencing mechanical problems with her propulsion system prior to her final voyage. The ship's aging steam engines required frequent repairs, and there were reports that one of her engines had been shut down during previous voyages due to mechanical failures. If the Cyclops had suffered a complete loss of propulsion in heavy weather, she might have become unmanageable and been overwhelmed by the seas. Perhaps most intriguingly, the investigation uncovered troubling information about Commander Worley's background and behavior. Worley was a naturalized American citizen who had been born in Germany, raising questions about his loyalty during wartime. Several crew members had reported that Worley exhibited strange behavior and made pro-German statements, leading some investigators to theorize that he might have deliberately sabotaged his own ship or surrendered it to enemy forces. The theory of deliberate sabotage gained additional credibility when investigators learned that Worley had previously been investigated for suspicious activities and had been reported by crew members for erratic behavior. Some theorists suggested that Worley might have scuttled the Cyclops in accordance with German instructions, or that he had attempted to deliver the ship and her strategic manganese cargo to enemy forces. However, no evidence was ever found to support these conspiracy theories, and Worley's motivations remained a matter of speculation. Alternative theories focused on the possibility of spontaneous structural failure aboard the USS Cyclops. The vessel's design incorporated certain weaknesses that might have led to catastrophic hull failure under the right conditions. The ship's single cargo hold created stress concentrations in her hull structure, and the heavy manganese ore cargo might have exceeded the vessel's safe carrying capacity. If the ship's hull had cracked or broken apart, she could have sunk so rapidly that there was no time to send distress signals or launch lifeboats. The manganese ore cargo itself became a subject of intense investigation, as this dense material presented unique challenges for ship stability and handling. Manganese ore is significantly heavier than most bulk cargoes, and improper loading or cargo shifting could create dangerous stability problems. Some experts theorized that the ore might have been improperly loaded, creating an unstable condition that led to the ship's loss when she encountered rough weather. Meteorological analysis of conditions in the Atlantic during early March 1918 revealed that the USS Cyclops might have encountered severe weather during her voyage. A strong storm system had moved through the area around the time of the ship's disappearance, bringing high winds and heavy seas that could have overwhelmed a vessel already compromised by mechanical problems or cargo shifting. However, other ships in the area had weathered the same storm without difficulty, suggesting that weather alone was unlikely to have been responsible for the Cyclops' loss. The mystery of the USS Cyclops has inspired numerous books, documentaries, and conspiracy theories over the past century. The ship's disappearance has been linked to everything from Bermuda Triangle phenomena to alien abduction, with various writers and researchers proposing increasingly exotic explanations for her fate. The fact that such a large vessel could vanish completely without leaving any trace has captured the public imagination and made the Cyclops case one of the most famous maritime mysteries in history. Modern maritime archaeologists have attempted to locate the wreck of the USS Cyclops using advanced sonar and underwater search technologies. Several expeditions have been mounted to search likely locations for the vessel's remains, but the extreme depth of the Atlantic Ocean in the area where she disappeared has made such efforts largely unsuccessful. The absence of any confirmed wreckage has allowed theories about the ship's fate to persist and evolve over the decades. The loss of the USS Cyclops led to significant changes in naval procedures for bulk cargo vessels, particularly regarding loading practices and stability calculations. Modern ships carrying dense cargoes like ore are subject to strict loading procedures and stability monitoring to prevent the type of cargo-related accidents that might have claimed the Cyclops. However, these improvements came too late to save the 306 souls who disappeared with the ship in March 1918. As we sail away from the deep Atlantic waters where the USS Cyclops vanished without trace, our journey carries us toward the busy shipping lanes of the modern era, where international commerce moves aboard vessels flying flags of convenience and carrying cargoes of unknown origin. Here, in these anonymous waters where corporate ownership obscures vessel identities, we encounter a ship that embodies maritime mystery in its very existence, a vessel without name, without flag, without any identifying marks that might reveal her origins or destination. Chapter 7. MV Janseng, the ship without identity. The steady rhythm of modern diesel engines now accompanies our voyage as we navigate through the complex web of international shipping lanes where vessels from every nation carry the world's commerce. In these waters, where corporate flags of convenience obscure vessel ownership and cargo manifests hide the true nature of international trade, we encounter a mystery that speaks to the darker side of modern maritime operations, a ship discovered in 2006 that challenged investigators' ability to determine even the most basic facts about her identity, cargo, and purpose. The vessel that would become known as MV Janseng was discovered drifting off the coast of Australia in August 2006, though even this name would prove to be questionable. She appeared to be a general cargo ship of approximately 80 meters in length, typical of the thousands of small freighters that carry miscellaneous cargoes between Asian ports. However, what made this particular vessel extraordinary was the complete absence of any identifying markings, documentation, or crew that might reveal her true identity or purpose. When Australian maritime authorities first boarded the mystery vessel, they found a ship that had been deliberately stripped of all identifying characteristics. The vessel's name had been removed from her hull and superstructure, her port of registry had been obscured, and her IMO number, the permanent identification required on all commercial vessels, had been ground away. Even more mysteriously, all of the ship's official documentation had been removed, including her certificates, logbooks, and cargo manifests. The ship's construction and equipment suggested that she had been built in a Chinese shipyard sometime in the 1990s, based on the design characteristics and machinery found aboard. However, without official documentation or identifying marks, investigators could not determine her original name, owner, or operational history. The vessel appeared to have been deliberately anonymized, suggesting involvement in activities that required concealment from maritime authorities. An examination of the ship's cargo holds revealed a collection of materials that only deepened the mystery. The vessel carried a mixed cargo that included rice, cement, and various manufactured goods that appeared to be of Asian origin. However, the cargo was loaded in a haphazard manner that suggested hurried departure rather than careful commercial loading. Some of the cargo appeared to be damaged or deteriorated, indicating that it had been aboard the vessel for an extended period. Perhaps most mysteriously, investigators found evidence that the ship had been recently occupied by a crew, but no crew members were found aboard when the vessel was discovered. Personal belongings, including clothing, toiletries, and food supplies, were scattered throughout the crew quarters in a manner suggesting hasty abandonment. Meals had been left half-prepared in the galley, and several electronic devices were still operating, indicating that the crew had departed very recently. The ship's engine room revealed that the vessel had been experiencing mechanical problems that might have contributed to her abandonment. Several major engine components had failed, and the ship's electrical system was operating on emergency power only. However, the vessel was still seaworthy and could have been repaired with proper maintenance, making the crew's apparent abandonment even more mysterious. Australian authorities launched an extensive investigation to determine the vessel's identity and the fate of her crew. International maritime databases were searched for any record of a missing vessel matching the ship's description, but no matching reports were found. Chinese maritime authorities were contacted to provide information about vessels built in their shipyards, but without the ship's original documentation, such searches proved largely fruitless. The investigation revealed that the vessel was carrying cargo that appeared to be legitimate commercial goods, ruling out obvious illegal activities like drug smuggling or arms trafficking. However, the deliberate removal of all identifying marks suggested that the ship was involved in some form of irregular trade that required anonymization. Such activities might include sanction busting, tax evasion, or carrying goods for parties who wish to conceal their involvement in international trade. One theory suggested that the MV John Seng was a victim of modern piracy, with the crew being kidnapped and the vessel stripped of identifying marks to prevent tracing back to the perpetrators. However, the undisturbed nature of the cargo and the absence of any signs of violence argued against this explanation. Pirates typically steal valuable cargo and would have no reason to carefully preserve rice and cement while removing only the crew. Another possibility was that the vessel had been involved in people smuggling operations, with the ship being abandoned after successfully delivering human cargo to a destination port. The removal of identifying marks would prevent authorities from tracing the vessel back to the smuggling organization, while the mixed legitimate cargo would provide cover for the vessel's true purpose. However, no evidence of human trafficking was found aboard the ship. The most likely explanation centered on the vessel's involvement in irregular trade activities that skirted international regulations or sanctions. Many small cargo vessels operate in legal gray areas, carrying cargoes between ports that may not be fully compliant with international trade regulations. If such a vessel encountered problems or faced potential inspection by authorities, the crew might abandon the ship to avoid prosecution, first removing all evidence that could trace back to the vessel's owners or operators. The condition of the ship's engine and the apparent haste of the crew's departure suggested that mechanical problems might have forced the vessel to seek emergency assistance in Australian waters. If the crew was involved in irregular activities, they might have chosen to abandon the vessel rather than risk detention by Australian authorities. The removal of identifying marks would prevent authorities from determining the vessel's ownership or operational history, protecting the crew and their associates from prosecution. International maritime law presented challenges for Australian authorities dealing with the anonymous vessel. Without clear ownership documentation, it was difficult to determine who was responsible for the ship's cargo, crew, or eventual disposal. The vessel became a ward of the Australian government, with authorities required to maintain and secure the ship while attempting to resolve questions about her identity and ownership. The cargo aboard the MV John Seng presented additional legal complications. Without proper documentation, authorities could not determine whether the goods had been legally imported or were subject to customs duties and regulations. The mixed nature of the cargo, including foodstuffs that might pose biosecurity risks, required careful handling and eventual disposal according to Australian regulations. Efforts to trace the vessel's recent movements using satellite tracking and port records proved largely unsuccessful. The ship appeared to have operated outside normal commercial shipping channels, visiting ports and anchorages that might not maintain comprehensive records of vessel movements. This pattern of operation was consistent with irregular trade activities that sought to avoid official oversight and documentation. The mystery of the MV John Seng highlighted broader problems with modern international shipping, where complex ownership structures and flags of convenience can obscure vessel identities and make it difficult for authorities to enforce regulations. The case demonstrated how easily vessels could disappear into the vast network of international commerce, particularly when operated by parties seeking to avoid official scrutiny. The investigation also revealed gaps in international maritime security systems that allow vessels to operate with minimal oversight when they avoid major commercial ports and shipping lanes. Small cargo vessels like the John Seng can move between numerous small ports and anchorages throughout Asia without maintaining the comprehensive documentation required for larger commercial vessels engaging in major international trade. Environmental concerns arose regarding the abandoned vessel, as the ship's fuel and other hazardous materials posed potential pollution risks if not properly managed. Australian authorities were required to remove these materials and secure the vessel to prevent environmental damage, adding to the costs associated with the mystery ship. The crew's fate remained a complete mystery, with no reports of missing sailors matching the time frame and location of the vessel's discovery. The absence of any distress calls or emergency communications suggested that the crew's departure had been planned rather than the result of immediate danger. However, without knowing the crew's identities or nationalities, it was impossible to trace their subsequent movements or determine their current status. After extensive investigation, Australian authorities were unable to resolve the mystery of the MV John Seng's identity or determine the fate of her crew. The vessel was eventually sold for scrap, with her cargo disposed of according to Australian regulations. However, the case remained officially unsolved, with investigators never determining the ship's true name, ownership, or the circumstances that led to her abandonment. The John Seng case became a textbook example of the challenges facing maritime authorities in an era of globalized shipping and complex vessel ownership structures. The incident highlighted the need for improved international cooperation and information sharing to address the problems posed by vessels operating outside normal commercial and regulatory frameworks. As we leave behind the anonymous waters where the MV John Seng drifted without identity, our voyage carries us backward through time to an earlier era of maritime mystery, when sailing ships dominated the world's trade routes and steam power was still a novelty. Here, in the fog-shrouded waters of the 19th century, we encounter a cargo vessel whose disappearance would puzzle investigators for generations and establish patterns of maritime mystery that continue to this day. Chapter 8. Blenheim, the vanishing cargo ship. The sail-powered winds of the 19th century now fill our canvas as we journey backward through maritime history to an era when wooden ships and iron men carried the world's commerce across vast oceans with only the stars and compass to guide them. In these waters, where steam power was still competing with wind-driven vessels for dominance of international trade, we encounter a British cargo ship whose disappearance in 1890 would establish many of the classic elements of maritime mystery that continue to fascinate investigators more than a century later. The steamship Blenheim was built in 1884 by the renowned Harland and Wolff shipyard in Belfast, representing the transition period when steam-powered vessels were gradually replacing sailing ships in international commerce. At 320 feet in length and displacing 3,400 tons, she was a substantial vessel for her era, equipped with both steam propulsion and auxiliary sailing rig that allowed her to take advantage of favorable winds to conserve coal. The Blenheim was owned by the Merchant Shipping Company of London and operated primarily on routes connecting British ports with destinations throughout the Mediterranean and Atlantic. The vessel's design incorporated the latest maritime technology of the 1880s, including steel construction, compound steam engines, and modern safety equipment that represented significant advances over earlier vessels. Her cargo holds were designed to carry a variety of goods, from manufactured products to raw materials, making her well-suited for the diverse trade routes that connected the British Empire with markets around the world. The ship's crew quarters provided accommodations for approximately 30 officers and seamen, typical for vessels of her size and purpose. On March 15, 1890, the Blenheim departed London's Royal Albert Dock under the command of Captain James Morrison, carrying a mixed cargo bound for ports in Spain and Portugal. The cargo manifest listed textiles, machinery, and various manufactured goods valued at over £50,000, a substantial sum for the period. Captain Morrison was an experienced master mariner with over 20 years of service with the Merchant Shipping Company, known for his careful seamanship and safety-conscious approach to vessel operations. The crew complement included First Officer Thomas Bradley, Chief Engineer William Duncan, and 27 seamen representing a typical mix of British and foreign sailors common in the merchant service of the era. Many of the crew members had sailed with Captain Morrison on previous voyages, creating a cohesive team with extensive experience working together. The voyage was expected to take approximately 10 days, following well-established shipping routes through the Bay of Biscay to the Iberian Peninsula. Weather conditions at the time of departure appeared favorable, with moderate winds and clear skies predicted along the planned route. The Blenheim's steam propulsion would allow her to maintain schedule regardless of wind conditions, while her auxiliary sailing rig could provide additional speed when winds were favorable. Such flexibility made steamships increasingly popular for commercial operations, despite the additional complexity and cost of steam propulsion systems. The Blenheim maintained regular communication with shore stations during the first 3 days of her voyage, with Captain Morrison reporting normal operations and satisfactory progress toward Spanish ports. The vessel's last confirmed position was reported on March 18th, indicating that she was approximately 200 miles southwest of Land's End, maintaining course and schedule for her arrival in Spain. This final communication was routine, giving no indication of any problems aboard the ship or concerns about weather or mechanical conditions. When the Blenheim failed to arrive at her first scheduled port of call in Bilbao, Spain, on March 22nd, company officials initially attributed the delay to adverse weather or minor mechanical problems that might have slowed her progress. However, when additional time passed without any communication from the vessel, and when inquiries at other Spanish and Portuguese ports revealed no sightings of the missing ship, the company began to suspect that a serious incident had occurred. On March 25th, the merchant shipping company officially declared the Blenheim overdue and requested assistance from British maritime authorities in locating the missing vessel. The Royal Navy dispatched several vessels to search the Blenheim's planned route, while coastal stations throughout Western Europe were instructed to maintain watch for any signs of the missing ship or her crew. The search operation continued for several weeks, but no trace of the Blenheim or evidence of her fate was ever discovered. The complete disappearance of such a large vessel in well-traveled waters created immediate concern within the British maritime community. The Blenheim had vanished in an area regularly traversed by merchant vessels and naval patrols, making it unlikely that a major disaster could have occurred without being witnessed by other ships. The absence of any wreckage, survivors, or distress signals suggested that whatever had happened to the Blenheim had occurred with little warning and devastating completeness. The official investigation into the loss of the Blenheim examined every aspect of the vessel's construction, cargo, crew, and operational history. Board of Trade investigators discovered several factors that might have contributed to the ship's loss, though none provided a definitive explanation for her complete disappearance. The vessel's mixed cargo included some potentially hazardous materials that could have caused fires or explosions under certain conditions, while her steam propulsion system required careful monitoring to prevent dangerous overpressure situations. Examination of weather records for the period revealed that the Blenheim might have encountered severe storm conditions during her voyage. A powerful Atlantic storm system had moved through the area around the time of the ship's disappearance, bringing high winds and heavy seas that could have overwhelmed a vessel experiencing mechanical problems. However, other ships in the area had weathered the same storm without major difficulty, suggesting that weather alone was unlikely to have been responsible for the Blenheim's loss. The investigation also considered the possibility of collision with another vessel or with floating debris that might have caused catastrophic damage to the Blenheim's hull. The Bay of Biscay was known for its dangerous navigation conditions, including strong currents, variable weather, and heavy shipping traffic that increased the risk of collisions. However, no reports of missing vessels or collision incidents were received during the relevant time period, making this explanation unlikely. Perhaps most troubling was the possibility that the Blenheim had fallen victim to deliberate attack by hostile forces. The 1890s saw increasing tensions between European powers, and there were reports of vessels being attacked by irregular forces or pirates operating in some areas. However, the waters where the Blenheim disappeared were generally considered safe for commercial shipping, and no other vessels reported encountering hostile forces during the same period. The loss of the Blenheim's cargo represented a significant financial blow to her owners and the merchants who had shipped goods aboard the vessel. Insurance claims totaling over £75,000 were filed in connection with the ship's disappearance, making it one of the largest maritime insurance losses of the decade. The complexity of these claims, involving multiple parties and substantial sums, led to extensive legal proceedings that continued for several years after the ship's disappearance. The families of the Blenheim's 30 crew members faced particular hardships, as the absence of any survivors or definitive evidence of the ship's fate made it difficult to obtain death certificates and insurance settlements. Many of the crew members' families were left in financial distress, highlighting the human cost of maritime disasters and the importance of improved safety measures and insurance provisions for merchant seamen. The mystery of the Blenheim inspired several contemporary investigations by maritime researchers and amateur detectives who proposed various theories about the ship's fate. Some suggested that the vessel had been destroyed by an internal explosion caused by her cargo or steam propulsion system, while others theorized that she had been overwhelmed by freak weather conditions or had suffered catastrophic structural failure. However, none of these theories could be proven conclusively without physical evidence from the vessel. The case attracted attention from spiritualists and paranormal investigators who claimed to have received supernatural communications from the Blenheim's crew. Several mediums reported contacts with spirits claiming to be from the missing vessel, providing details about the ship's final moments that allegedly could not have been known through normal means. However, these supernatural claims were generally dismissed by serious investigators and did not provide any verifiable evidence about the vessel's fate. Maritime safety experts used the Blenheim case to advocate for improved communication systems and emergency procedures that might prevent similar disappearances in the future. The incident highlighted the vulnerability of vessels operating in remote areas without reliable means of communicating their position and status to shore-based authorities. Proposals for regular position reporting and emergency signaling systems gained support following the Blenheim's loss. The search for the Blenheim wreck continued sporadically for many years, with various expeditions attempting to locate the vessel's remains using the limited underwater search technology available in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. However, the extreme depth of the Atlantic Ocean in the area where she disappeared made such searches largely futile with the technology of the era. Modern maritime archaeologists have occasionally proposed new searches for the Blenheim using advanced sonar and submersible technology, but such efforts have not been systematically pursued. The Blenheim case established many of the classic elements of maritime mystery that would recur in later vessel disappearances: the complete absence of wreckage or survivors, the lack of distress signals, and the failure of extensive search operations to locate any trace of the missing vessel. These patterns would be repeated in numerous subsequent cases, suggesting that certain types of maritime disasters are particularly likely to leave no evidence of their occurrence. As we sail away from the 19th century waters where the Blenheim vanished without trace, our voyage carries us forward through time to the modern era of bulk cargo transportation, where massive vessels carry millions of tons of grain and other commodities across the world's oceans. Here, in the vast Atlantic shipping lanes of the 1980s, we encounter a vessel whose disappearance would demonstrate that even modern technology and improved safety procedures cannot always prevent the complete loss of ships and crew under mysterious circumstances. Chapter 9: SS Poet, the Grain Ship Mystery. The vast Atlantic shipping lanes now carry us into the modern era of bulk cargo transportation, where enormous vessels traverse the world's oceans carrying the essential commodities that feed nations and fuel international trade. Here, in October 1980, we encounter a disappearance that would shake the maritime community's confidence in modern safety systems and demonstrate that even vessels equipped with the latest technology could vanish as completely as the wooden ships of centuries past. The SS Poet was a massive bulk carrier, built in 1977 by the Bethlehem Steel Corporation's Sparrows Point shipyard in Maryland. At 600 feet in length and capable of carrying over 13,500 tons of cargo, she represented the pinnacle of American merchant vessel design in the late 1970s. The ship was constructed specifically for carrying grain and other bulk agricultural products, with sophisticated cargo handling systems and preservation equipment designed to maintain the quality of food products during long ocean voyages. The vessel was owned by Hawaiian Eugster Corporation and operated under charter to various grain trading companies for carrying American agricultural exports to markets around the world. The Poet's design incorporated numerous safety features that reflected decades of maritime engineering advancement, including comprehensive fire suppression systems, advanced navigation equipment, and emergency communication systems that were considered state-of-the-art for their era. The ship's crew accommodations provided comfortable living conditions for the 34 officers and seamen required to operate the vessel. Captain George Faulkner commanded the Poet with extensive experience in bulk cargo operations, having previously commanded several similar vessels for the same company. His officers and crew included experienced merchant mariners who were familiar with the unique challenges of carrying agricultural cargoes across long ocean distances. On October 24, 1980, the SS Poet departed Philadelphia bound for Port Said, Egypt, carrying 13,500 tons of corn valued at over $2.5 million. The cargo was part of a larger American grain export program designed to help meet growing international demand for food products, particularly in developing nations that lack sufficient agricultural production to feed their populations. The voyage was expected to take approximately 2 weeks, following established shipping routes across the North Atlantic and through the Mediterranean Sea. The weather forecast for the Poet's departure called for typical autumn conditions in the North Atlantic, with moderate winds and seas expected along most of the planned route. However, meteorologists were tracking a developing storm system that might affect vessels in the Central Atlantic during the following week. Captain Faulkner was experienced in dealing with Atlantic weather conditions and had successfully completed numerous similar voyages in all types of weather. The Poet maintained regular radio contact with shore stations and other vessels during the first few days of her voyage, with Captain Faulkner reporting normal operations and satisfactory progress toward the Mediterranean. The vessel's last confirmed communication occurred on October 26th, when the ship's radio officer transmitted a routine position report indicating that the Poet was approximately 400 miles northeast of the Azores, maintaining course and schedule for her passage through the Strait of Gibraltar. This final radio transmission from the SS Poet was completely routine, giving no indication of any problems aboard the ship or concerns about weather conditions. The message was received clearly by multiple shore stations, and the ship's reported position was consistent with her planned route and schedule. However, this would be the last anyone would hear from the vessel or her 34 crew members. When the SS Poet failed to arrive at Port Said on her scheduled date of November 8th, her charterers initially attributed the delay to weather or minor mechanical problems that might have affected her progress through the Mediterranean. However, when attempts to establish radio contact with the vessel proved unsuccessful, and when inquiries at ports throughout the Mediterranean revealed no sightings of the missing ship, serious concerns began to develop about her fate. On November 12th, the U.S. Coast Guard officially declared the SS Poet overdue and launched one of the most extensive search and rescue operations in maritime history. Multiple aircraft and vessels from several nations were deployed to search the Poet's planned route, while merchant vessels throughout the Atlantic and Mediterranean were requested to maintain watch for any signs of the missing ship or her crew. The search operation covered hundreds of thousands of square miles of ocean, utilizing advanced radar and sonar equipment to detect any floating debris or submerged wreckage that might indicate the vessel's fate. Despite these extensive efforts conducted under generally favorable weather conditions, no trace of the SS Poet or any evidence of her destruction was ever found. The complete absence of any wreckage, debris, or distress signals created an immediate mystery that would puzzle investigators for decades. The official investigation into the loss of the SS Poet was conducted by the Coast Guard with assistance from the National Transportation Safety Board and maritime experts from various government agencies and private organizations. Investigators examined every aspect of the vessel's construction, cargo, crew, and operational history, looking for any factors that might explain her sudden and complete disappearance. One of the primary areas of investigation focused on the ship's cargo of corn and the potential for this agricultural product to create dangerous conditions aboard the vessel. Grain cargoes can present unique hazards, including the possibility of spontaneous combustion under certain conditions, the generation of toxic gases during decomposition, and sudden shifting that can affect ship stability. However, the Poet's cargo had been properly loaded and treated with preservation chemicals that should have prevented such problems. The investigation also examined the possibility that the SS Poet had encountered severe weather that might have overwhelmed the vessel's ability to remain seaworthy. Analysis of meteorological conditions during the ship's voyage revealed that she might have encountered the edges of a powerful storm system that had developed in the central Atlantic. However, the storm's intensity and location made it unlikely that weather alone could have caused the complete destruction of such a large and well-constructed vessel. Structural analysis of the Poet's design revealed that the vessel incorporated numerous safety features and redundant systems that should have prevented catastrophic failure under normal operating conditions. The ship's hull was constructed using high-strength steel and modern welding techniques that provided excellent resistance to the stresses of ocean navigation. Her compartmentalization and damage control systems were designed to keep the vessel afloat, even if several compartments were flooded. The investigation considered the possibility that the SS Poet had suffered a catastrophic explosion, either from her cargo, fuel systems, or other sources aboard the vessel. Grain dust can create explosive atmospheres under certain conditions, while the ship's fuel oil and lubricating systems contain materials that could cause devastating fires or explosions if improperly handled. However, the complete absence of any debris or oil slicks made this explanation difficult to accept. Perhaps most troubling was the possibility that the SS Poet had fallen victim to some form of deliberate attack or sabotage. The year 1980 was marked by increased international tensions and terrorist activities that had begun to affect commercial shipping in some areas. However, the waters where the Poet disappeared were generally considered safe for merchant vessels, and no terrorist organizations claimed responsibility for any attack on the ship. The investigation also examined the backgrounds of the Poet's crew members, looking for any evidence of personal problems, financial difficulties, or other factors that might have motivated sabotage or other criminal activity. However, the crew included experienced merchant mariners with excellent service records, and no evidence of internal problems or conflicts was discovered. Environmental factors unique to the area where the SS Poet disappeared were also considered as potential explanations for her loss. The waters of the Central Atlantic include areas of unusual magnetic activity and unpredictable currents that have been associated with various maritime anomalies over the years. However, scientific analysis of these phenomena provided no credible mechanism by which they could have caused the complete destruction of a large steel vessel. The loss of the SS Poet had significant impacts on the American merchant marine industry and international grain trade operations. Insurance claims totaling over $15 million were filed in connection with the ship's disappearance, while the families of the 34 missing crew members faced the difficult process of obtaining death certificates and settlements without definitive proof of the vessel's fate. The mystery of the SS Poet inspired numerous theories and investigations by maritime researchers, with some proposing that the vessel had been destroyed by a rogue wave or similar freak weather phenomenon. Others suggested that the ship might have suffered from a design flaw or construction defect that led to sudden structural failure. However, none of these theories could be proven without physical evidence from the vessel. The case became a focal point for discussions about maritime safety and the adequacy of current regulations governing bulk cargo vessels. The complete disappearance of such a modern ship highlighted potential gaps in safety systems and emergency procedures that might need to be addressed to prevent similar losses. New requirements for emergency beacons and improved communication systems were eventually implemented partly in response to the Poet's loss. Modern maritime archaeologists have occasionally proposed searches for the SS Poet using advanced deep-sea exploration technology, but the vast area where she might have sunk and the extreme depths of the Atlantic Ocean have made such efforts prohibitively expensive. The vessel's wreck, if it exists, likely lies in waters too deep for conventional recovery operations. The SS Poet case remains one of the most significant unsolved maritime mysteries of the modern era, demonstrating that even vessels equipped with contemporary safety technology can vanish as completely as ships from centuries past. The 34 souls who disappeared with the vessel joined the countless mariners whose fate remains unknown, claimed by the sea's eternal mysteries. As we sail away from the vast Atlantic waters where the SS Poet vanished without trace, our voyage carries us back through maritime history to encounter the most famous ghost ship of all time. Here, in the warm waters between Portugal and Gibraltar, we approach a vessel whose name has become synonymous with maritime mystery itself. A brigantine found sailing perfectly under control, but completely abandoned, her cargo intact and her crew vanished, as if they had simply stepped into thin air. Chapter 10. Mary Celeste, the ultimate ghost ship. The gentle Mediterranean breezes now carry us toward the most celebrated maritime mystery in history, a case that has inspired countless books, films, and theories while establishing the very archetype of the ghost ship in popular imagination. Here, in December 1872, between Portugal and the Strait of Gibraltar, we encounter a vessel whose discovery would create a legend that has endured for over 150 years, becoming the template against which all subsequent maritime mysteries are measured. The Mary Celeste was a brigantine of 282 tons, built in 1861 at Spencer's Island, Nova Scotia, originally named Amazon before a series of incidents earned her a reputation as an unlucky vessel. She was renamed Mary Celeste in 1869 when purchased by a consortium of New York investors led by James Winchester. At 103 feet in length, she was a typical merchant vessel of her era, designed for carrying general cargo between American and European ports. The vessel had experienced an unusually troubled history even before her famous voyage. During her years as the Amazon, she had suffered numerous accidents, fires, and financial difficulties that led to multiple changes of ownership. Sailors began to whisper that the ship was cursed, though such superstitions were common regarding vessels that experienced repeated misfortunes. On November 7, 1872, the Mary Celeste departed New York Harbor under the command of Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs, carrying 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol bound for Genoa, Italy. Captain Briggs was an experienced and respected master mariner from a seafaring family, known for his competence and Christian devotion. Aboard with him were his wife Sarah and their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, as it was common for captains to bring their families on long voyages. The crew consisted of 7 experienced seamen: first mate Albert Richardson, second mate Andrew Gilling, cook Edward Head, and 4 able seamen. All were competent sailors with good records, personally selected by Captain Briggs for their reliability and character. The total complement of 10 souls made for a well-managed vessel, with adequate crew for the size of ship and nature of the voyage. The cargo of denatured alcohol was considered relatively safe, as the addition of poisonous methanol made it undrinkable and therefore exempt from certain regulations governing alcoholic beverages. However, the cargo did present fire risks and required careful handling to prevent dangerous vapors from accumulating in the cargo hold. Captain Briggs was experienced in carrying such cargoes and had implemented proper safety procedures. Weather conditions at departure appeared favorable for the Atlantic crossing, with moderate winds and clear skies predicted for the initial portion of the voyage. The Mary Celeste was seaworthy and well supplied for the journey, with adequate provisions, fresh water, and emergency equipment. The voyage to Genoa was expected to take approximately 6 weeks, following established shipping routes across the Atlantic and through the Mediterranean. For the first month of the voyage, the Mary Celeste proceeded normally, though no direct communications were received from the vessel due to the limited communication technology of 1872. Such silence was entirely normal for merchant vessels of the era, which typically had no contact with shore until reaching their destination ports. The ship's progress could only be estimated based on her departure date and expected speed under various weather conditions. On December 4, 1872, the British brigantine DEI Gracia, commanded by Captain David Morehouse, spotted a vessel sailing erratically approximately 400 miles east of the Azores. Captain Morehouse recognized the ship as the Mary Celeste, which had departed New York just 8 days after his own vessel. Concerned by the ship's strange behavior and failure to respond to signals, Morehouse ordered his crew to approach for closer investigation. As the DI Gracia drew near, Captain Morehouse and his crew could see that something was seriously wrong aboard the Mary Celeste. The ship was sailing under partial sail with her foresail and jib set, but her mainsail furled. More ominously, no crew members were visible on deck despite the challenging sailing conditions that would normally require active ship handling. The vessel appeared to be sailing itself, moving slowly but steadily through the water. First Mate Oliver DeVoe from the DEI Gracia led a boarding party to investigate the apparently abandoned vessel. What they discovered aboard the Mary Celeste would create one of maritime history's most enduring mysteries. The ship was completely deserted with no sign of the 10 people who had been aboard when she left New York nearly a month earlier. The Mary Celeste was found to be in excellent condition, with no signs of violence, struggle, or disaster. Her cargo of alcohol barrels was intact and properly secured, with only 9 barrels found to be empty or damaged. The ship's hull was sound, with only minor water in the hold that posed no threat to the vessel's seaworthiness. All of the ship's equipment, including navigation instruments, personal belongings, and the ship's chronometer remained aboard. Most mysteriously, the boarding party found evidence that the ship had been recently occupied. The captain's cabin contained personal belongings of the Briggs family, including toys belonging to their daughter and Sarah Briggs's sewing materials. The crew's quarters showed signs of normal occupancy, with personal items and clothing properly stowed. Food and water supplies were adequate for several more weeks at sea. The ship's logbook provided few clues to the mystery. The final entry, made 10 days earlier, simply recorded the ship's position off the coast of Portugal and noted that they had sighted the island of Santa Maria in the Azores. The entry was routine, giving no indication of any problems or unusual circumstances. However, the ship's slate log, used for temporary notations, showed a more recent entry indicating a position north of the final logbook entry. Perhaps most puzzling was the condition of the ship's boat. The Mary Celeste's lifeboat was missing, along with the ship's chronometer, sextant, and navigation books. However, other valuable items, including the cargo and personal belongings, remained untouched. This pattern suggested that the crew had deliberately abandoned the vessel, taking only essential navigation equipment for survival in the lifeboat. The discovery of the Mary Celeste created immediate legal complications, as the salvage of an abandoned vessel represented a valuable prize under maritime law. Captain Morehouse placed a prize crew aboard the Mary Celeste and sailed both vessels to Gibraltar, where British Admiralty courts would determine the salvage award and investigate the circumstances of the abandonment. The Admiralty court proceedings in Gibraltar became the first official investigation into the Mary Celeste mystery. Frederick Solly Flood, the Attorney General of Gibraltar, conducted an extensive examination of the vessel and interviewed the crew of the DEI Gracia. However, his investigation focused more on potential fraud or foul play by the salvors, rather than determining what had happened to the missing crew. Solly Flood suspected that Captain Morehouse and the crew of the DEI Gracia might have murdered the Mary Celeste's crew and fabricated the abandonment story to claim salvage rights. However, he could find no evidence to support these suspicions. The lack of blood, signs of violence, or damage to the Mary Celeste made murder unlikely, while the financial circumstances of both vessels' owners argued against elaborate fraud. The court ultimately awarded the DEI Gracia crew a salvage payment of £1,700, considerably less than the £8,000 they had requested. This modest award reflected the court's suspicions about the circumstances, though no criminal charges were ever filed. The Mary Celeste was returned to her owners and continued in service for several more years, though her reputation as a cursed ship made it difficult to find crews willing to sail aboard her. Despite extensive investigation, no trace of Captain Briggs, his family, or the 7 crew members was ever found. No bodies, wreckage from the lifeboat, or personal items were recovered, despite searches of likely areas where the missing boat might have drifted. The complete disappearance of all 10 people created a mystery that would puzzle investigators for generations. Numerous theories have been proposed to explain the Mary Celeste mystery, ranging from the plausible to the fantastical. One of the most widely accepted explanations suggests that Captain Briggs ordered the vessel abandoned due to fear that the alcohol cargo might explode. If vapors from the cargo had accumulated and created the smell of impending explosion, an experienced captain might have ordered immediate evacuation as a precautionary measure. This theory proposes that the crew took to the lifeboat temporarily, planning to return to the ship once the perceived danger had passed. However, the lifeboat might have become separated from the Mary Celeste in rough weather, leaving the crew stranded at sea while their vessel continued sailing under partial sail. The absence of bodies could be explained by the vast area of ocean where they might have perished. Alternative theories have suggested that the crew fell victim to pirates, mutiny, or attack by hostile forces. However, the undisturbed condition of the cargo and the absence of any signs of violence make these explanations unlikely. The 1870s saw relatively little piracy in the Atlantic, and the crew's good reputation argued against internal conflict. More exotic explanations have included supernatural intervention, alien abduction, and passage through dimensional portals. The Mary Celeste story has inspired countless works of fiction that have often embellished the facts with supernatural elements. However, these fantastical theories lack any credible evidence and reflect the ship's legendary status more than serious investigation of her fate. The Mary Celeste mystery has had enormous cultural impact, inspiring numerous books, films, documentaries, and fictional works that have made her the most famous ghost ship in history. The image of a vessel sailing perfectly under control but completely abandoned has become an archetypal maritime mystery that influences how subsequent cases are perceived and investigated. Modern maritime experts continue to study the Mary Celeste case, using contemporary knowledge of weather patterns, ship handling, and cargo hazards to develop new theories about the crew's disappearance. However, the passage of time and the absence of physical evidence make it unlikely that the mystery will ever be definitively solved. The story of the Mary Celeste serves as a reminder of the sea's power to create mysteries that transcend rational explanation. Whether the result of a tragic accident, poor decision-making, or circumstances beyond our understanding, the fate of Captain Briggs and his companions remains one of maritime history's most compelling unsolved puzzles. As we sail away from the legendary waters where the Mary Celeste was found drifting without her crew, our voyage through maritime mysteries continues toward the modern era, where improved technology and safety procedures might be expected to prevent such complete disappearances. Yet as our journey has shown, the ocean's capacity for mystery remains as potent today as it was in the age of sail, and the spirits of lost mariners continue to haunt the world's shipping lanes, reminding us that some secrets of the sea may never be revealed. Chapter 11. HMS Resolute, the ghost ship that came home. Our journey through maritime mysteries now carries us into the frozen waters of the Arctic, where ice-locked channels and endless polar nights create a realm unlike any other on Earth. Here, in the treacherous waters of the Northwest Passage, we encounter a tale that begins in abandonment, but ends in one of the most remarkable maritime recoveries in history. A Royal Navy vessel that would sail again from the ice after being given up for lost, returning like a ghost from the Arctic wilderness to astonish the world. HMS Resolute was a Royal Navy bark-rigged sailing ship built in 1850 at the Pembroke Dockyard in Wales. At 120 feet in length and displacing 424 tons, she was specifically designed for Arctic exploration, with a reinforced hull capable of withstanding the crushing pressures of pack ice and specialized heating systems to keep her crew alive in sub-zero conditions. The vessel was part of the Royal Navy's renewed efforts to explore the Arctic following the success of earlier expeditions, though she would become forever linked with one of the most tragic chapters in polar exploration history. The ship was commissioned specifically to join the search for Sir John Franklin's lost expedition, which had disappeared while attempting to navigate the Northwest Passage in 1845. Franklin's ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, had vanished with all hands, creating one of the greatest mysteries of the Victorian era and prompting the Royal Navy to mount numerous rescue expeditions to determine their fate. In May 1852, HMS Resolute departed Portsmouth under the command of Captain Henry Kellett as part of a 5-ship squadron tasked with searching the Canadian Arctic archipelago for any trace of Franklin's expedition. Captain Kellett was an experienced Arctic navigator who had previously commanded ships in polar waters and understood the unique challenges of sailing in ice-infested seas. His crew consisted of 61 officers and seamen, all volunteers who understood the dangers of Arctic service. The expedition's mission was to systematically search the maze of islands and ice-choked channels that comprised the Northwest Passage, following leads and rumors about possible Franklin survivors while mapping previously unknown areas. The ships were provisioned for at least 2 years in the ice, carrying extensive supplies of preserved food, coal for heating, and scientific equipment for conducting surveys and observations. HMS Resolute spent her first winter locked in ice near Melville Island, with the crew maintaining the ship and conducting sledge expeditions to search nearby areas for signs of the Franklin expedition. The Arctic winter was harsh even by polar standards, with temperatures dropping below -40 degrees Fahrenheit and the ship remaining in total darkness for months. Despite these conditions, the crew maintained good health and morale under Captain Kellett's leadership. In the spring of 1853, the Resolute was freed from the ice and continued searching various channels and islands, but by autumn she was again trapped in pack ice, this time near Bathurst Island. The crew prepared for another winter in the ice, but conditions proved even more challenging than the previous year. The ice pressure on the ship's hull was severe, and it became clear that the vessel might be crushed if the ice continued to shift and compress. By April 1854, the situation had become critical. The Resolute remained firmly trapped in ice that showed no signs of breaking up, while supplies were running dangerously low. Captain Kellett received orders from the expedition commander to abandon ship and retreat to other vessels that had remained free of the ice. On May 15, 1854, after nearly 2 years in the Arctic, the crew of HMS Resolute reluctantly abandoned their ship to the ice and began the dangerous journey to safety. The abandonment of HMS Resolute was conducted with typical Royal Navy precision and attention to detail. The crew removed essential supplies and equipment, but left the ship fully provisioned and equipped in case they might be able to return. The vessel was sealed against the elements and left to drift with the pack ice, her fate unknown as the crew made their way across the frozen wasteland to reach the other expedition ships. What happened next would astound the maritime world and create one of the most remarkable recovery stories in naval history. For over a year, HMS Resolute drifted with the Arctic pack ice, traveling hundreds of miles through channels and sounds that no ship had ever navigated. The vessel somehow survived the crushing ice pressures that had threatened to destroy her, remaining afloat as she slowly made her way toward more temperate waters. In September 1855, American whaling captain James Buddington spotted an unusual vessel drifting in open water near Baffin Island. As he approached for a closer look, Buddington realized he was looking at a fully rigged ship that appeared to be completely abandoned. The vessel showed British naval markings and flew no flag, creating an eerie sight as she drifted silently through the Arctic waters. Captain Buddington boarded the mysterious vessel and discovered that she was HMS Resolute, the Royal Navy ship that had been abandoned over a year earlier and given up for lost. The ship was in remarkable condition considering her ordeal in the ice. Her hull was intact, her rigging was largely undamaged, and her interior was perfectly preserved by the Arctic cold. Most amazingly, many of the supplies left by her crew remained exactly as they had been placed 15 months earlier. The discovery of HMS Resolute created immediate diplomatic and legal complications, as the vessel technically belonged to the Royal Navy, but had been found by an American captain in international waters. Captain Buddington claimed salvage rights to the vessel and sailed her to New London, Connecticut, where her appearance created a sensation. The story of the ghost ship that had survived alone in the Arctic ice captured public imagination on both sides of the Atlantic. The United States government, seeking to improve relations with Britain, purchased HMS Resolute from Captain Buddington for $40,000 and announced that the vessel would be refitted and returned to the Royal Navy as a gesture of international friendship. This decision was unprecedented in maritime history, as salvaged warships were typically retained by the country that recovered them. The restoration of HMS Resolute became a major undertaking, with American shipwrights working to repair the damage caused by her time in the ice and restore the vessel to seaworthy condition. The project attracted enormous public interest, with thousands of visitors touring the ship during her refit in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. The vessel became a symbol of Anglo-American cooperation and the shared heritage of polar exploration. On December 17, 1856, HMS Resolute was formally returned to the Royal Navy in a ceremony attended by both British and American officials. Captain Henry Hartstein of the U.S. Navy commanded the vessel during her voyage across the Atlantic, while a joint crew of American and British sailors worked together to bring the ship home. The return voyage was completed without incident, demonstrating that the vessel had been successfully restored to seaworthy condition. The return of HMS Resolute was celebrated throughout Britain as a remarkable example of international goodwill and maritime cooperation. Queen Victoria personally received the ship at Portsmouth and ordered that she be preserved as a monument to Arctic exploration and Anglo-American friendship. However, the Royal Navy ultimately decided that the vessel was too old and damaged for further active service, and she was broken up in 1879. The story of HMS Resolute did not end with her scrapping, however. Queen Victoria ordered that timber from the ship be used to create a desk, which she presented to President Rutherford B. Hayes in 1880 as a symbol of the friendship between Britain and America. This Resolute desk was placed in the Oval Office and has been used by numerous American presidents, creating a lasting connection between the Arctic ghost ship and the highest levels of government. The tale of HMS Resolute became one of the most celebrated stories of Arctic exploration, demonstrating both the hazards of polar navigation and the remarkable survival capabilities of well-built vessels. The ship's ability to survive over a year drifting in Arctic ice without human intervention seemed almost supernatural to contemporary observers, earning her a reputation as a ghost ship that had returned from the dead. Maritime historians have noted that the Resolute's survival was due to a combination of excellent construction, favorable ice conditions, and extraordinary luck. The ship's reinforced hull and careful sealing by her crew prevented catastrophic damage, while the particular characteristics of the ice pack allowed the vessel to drift freely rather than being crushed. However, many observers believe that supernatural forces had protected the ship during her ghostly voyage through the Arctic wilderness. The legacy of HMS Resolute continues to influence discussions about Arctic exploration and international maritime cooperation. The vessel's story has inspired numerous books, documentaries, and historical studies that examine both her remarkable survival and the diplomatic achievement of her return to Britain. The ship became a symbol of the era when polar exploration captured the world's imagination, and nations competed to unlock the secrets of the Earth's frozen frontiers. As we leave the ice-locked waters where HMS Resolute began her ghostly drift, our voyage carries us south toward warmer seas where different types of maritime mysteries await. The steady trade winds now fill our sails as we navigate toward the waters off South Africa, where passenger steamers carried thousands of immigrants and travelers between the old and new worlds, and where one vessel would earn the ominous title of the Titanic of the South through her complete and mysterious disappearance. Chapter 12. SS Waratah, the Titanic of the South. The warm waters of the Indian Ocean now embrace our vessel as we navigate toward the busy shipping lanes that connect Europe with the distant ports of South Africa and Australia. Here, where passenger steamers of the early 20th century carried thousands of emigrants seeking new lives in distant lands, we encounter a vessel whose disappearance would shock the maritime world and earn her the grim sobriquet of the Titanic of the South, a passenger liner that vanished so completely that despite numerous searches and investigations, no trace of her fate has ever been definitively established. The SS Waratah was a passenger steamship built in 1908 by Barclay Curle and Company in Glasgow, Scotland, for the Blue Anchor Line service between Britain and Australia. At 465 feet in length and displacing over 9,300 tons, she was a substantial vessel designed to carry both passengers and cargo on the long voyage around the Cape of Good Hope to Australian ports. The ship represented the latest advances in passenger vessel design, with comfortable accommodations for over 200 first-class passengers and additional space for emigrants traveling in steerage class. The vessel was named after the Waratah flower, Australia's floral emblem, reflecting her intended service connecting Britain with the Australian colonies. Her design incorporated modern safety features including watertight compartments, electric lighting throughout, and wireless telegraphy equipment that was still relatively new technology in passenger service. The ship's twin screws and compound steam engines provided reliable propulsion for the demanding route that included passages through some of the world's most challenging waters. Captain Joshua Ilbery commanded the Waratah with extensive experience in passenger service, having previously commanded several vessels for the Blue Anchor Line. At 57 years old, he was considered one of the company's most reliable masters, known for his careful seamanship and attention to passenger comfort and safety. His officers and crew included experienced merchant seamen familiar with the unique challenges of the South African route. On July 26, 1909, the SS Waratah departed Durban, South Africa, bound for Cape Town with 211 passengers and 40 crew members aboard. The voyage was the final leg of her second round trip between Britain and Australia, and passengers included a mix of returning emigrants, business travelers, and tourists who had been exploring South Africa. Among the passengers were families with children, elderly couples, and young people seeking opportunities in new lands. The passenger manifest included Claude Sawyer, a mining engineer who had become increasingly concerned about the ship's stability during the voyage from Britain. Sawyer had observed that the Waratah seemed to roll excessively in moderate seas and appeared to be top-heavy, characteristics that could indicate serious stability problems. So concerned was Sawyer that he disembarked in Durban and booked passage on another vessel rather than continue aboard the Waratah to Cape Town. Weather conditions at the time of departure appeared favorable for the coastal voyage to Cape Town, which was expected to take approximately 2 days following the well-established shipping route along the South African coast. The waters between Durban and Cape Town were familiar to Captain Ilbery, who had navigated this route numerous times without incident. The ship's wireless equipment would allow regular communication with coastal stations throughout the voyage. The SS Waratah was last sighted on July 27, 1909, by several vessels off the coast near the mouth of the Bashi River, approximately 300 miles northeast of East London. Witnesses aboard other ships reported that the Waratah appeared to be proceeding normally under steam, with no visible signs of distress or unusual behavior. This would be the final confirmed sighting of the vessel and her 251 passengers and crew. When the Waratah failed to arrive in Cape Town on her scheduled date of July 29th, Blue Anchor Line officials initially attributed the delay to mechanical problems or adverse weather that might have slowed her progress along the coast. However, when attempts to establish wireless contact with the vessel proved unsuccessful, and when inquiries at ports along the route revealed no sightings of the missing ship, serious concerns began to develop about her fate. On August 2nd, the Blue Anchor Line officially declared the SS Waratah overdue and requested assistance from the Royal Navy and merchant vessels in searching for the missing ship. The initial search focused on the waters near her last known position, with multiple vessels combing the area for any sign of wreckage, survivors, or floating debris that might indicate the vessel's fate. The search operation quickly expanded to cover hundreds of miles of the South African coast, utilizing both naval vessels and merchant ships that were diverted from their normal routes to assist in the effort. Despite these extensive efforts, conducted under generally favorable weather conditions, no trace of the SS Waratah was found. The complete absence of any wreckage or debris created an immediate mystery that would puzzle investigators for decades. The official inquiry into the loss of the SS Waratah was conducted by the British Board of Trade with assistance from naval experts and maritime investigators. The inquiry examined every aspect of the vessel's design, construction, and operational history, looking for factors that might explain her sudden and complete disappearance. Particular attention was paid to questions of ship stability, as several witnesses had expressed concerns about the Waratah's behavior in seaways. The investigation revealed that the SS Waratah had been designed with a relatively high center of gravity due to her passenger accommodations and superstructure arrangement. This design characteristic, while not unusual for passenger vessels of the era, could potentially create stability problems if the ship encountered severe weather or if her cargo shifted during the voyage. The inquiry examined whether these factors might have contributed to a sudden capsizing or other catastrophic failure. Testimony from passengers who had traveled aboard the Waratah on previous voyages provided disturbing evidence about the ship's stability characteristics. Several witnesses reported that the vessel rolled heavily in moderate seas and seemed reluctant to return to an upright position after rolling, suggesting that her stability margin might have been inadequate. Most significantly, Claude Sawyer's decision to disembark in Durban due to stability concerns provided direct evidence that knowledgeable observers had questioned the ship's seaworthiness. Weather analysis revealed that the SS Waratah might have encountered severe storm conditions during her final voyage, as a powerful weather system had moved through the area around the time of her disappearance. However, other vessels in the same area had weathered the storm without major difficulty, and the complete absence of any distress signals suggested that whatever happened to the Waratah had occurred with little warning. The investigation also considered the possibility that the SS Waratah had been destroyed by an explosion, either from her coal bunkers, boiler systems, or other sources aboard the vessel. Coal dust explosions were a known hazard for steamships of the era, while boiler explosions could cause catastrophic damage that might sink a ship rapidly. However, the complete absence of floating debris made this explanation difficult to accept. Perhaps most puzzling was the failure of the ship's wireless equipment to transmit any distress signals during her final hours. The Waratah was equipped with relatively modern wireless telegraphy that should have allowed communication with coastal stations even in emergency conditions. The silence of the wireless suggested either that the disaster had occurred with devastating suddenness or that the wireless equipment had failed at a critical moment. Numerous theories were proposed to explain the Waratah's disappearance, ranging from the scientifically plausible to the wildly speculative. Some suggested that the ship had encountered a rogue wave or similar freak weather phenomenon that had overwhelmed her stability and caused sudden capsizing. Others proposed that the vessel had suffered catastrophic structural failure due to design flaws or construction defects that led to rapid sinking. More exotic theories included the possibility that the SS Waratah had been attacked by sea monsters or had disappeared into some form of maritime anomaly similar to those reported in other parts of the world's oceans. These supernatural explanations gained credibility among those who noted the complete absence of any physical evidence from such a large vessel, suggesting forces beyond normal understanding. The loss of the SS Waratah had profound impacts on the Blue Anchor Line and the broader passenger shipping industry. Insurance claims totaling over £300,000 were filed in connection with the ship's disappearance, while the families of the 251 missing passengers and crew faced the difficult process of obtaining death certificates without definitive proof of the vessel's fate. The disaster led to increased scrutiny of passenger vessel stability requirements and wireless communication procedures. Numerous search expeditions have been mounted over the past century in attempts to locate the wreck of the SS Waratah, utilizing increasingly sophisticated underwater search technology. Several promising contacts have been investigated, including wreckage discoveries that initially appeared to match the missing vessel, but none have been definitively identified as the Waratah. The ship's final resting place remains unknown, despite extensive searching by professional maritime archaeologists. The mystery of the SS Waratah has inspired numerous books, documentaries, and research projects that have attempted to solve the puzzle of her disappearance. The case has become a classic example of how modern vessels can vanish completely, demonstrating that even ships equipped with contemporary safety equipment can be claimed by the sea without leaving any trace of their fate. Maritime safety experts have used the Waratah case to study the importance of vessel stability and the need for adequate stability margins in passenger ship design. The incident contributed to the development of more stringent stability requirements and testing procedures that help ensure modern passenger vessels can safely handle the range of conditions they might encounter during normal operations. As we sail away from the waters where the SS Waratah vanished without trace, our voyage carries us into even more mysterious realms, where legend and reality blend in the perpetual twilight of polar exploration. Here, in the ice-locked channels of the Arctic, we encounter tales that stretch credibility to its limits, stories of vessels found perfectly preserved in the ice with their crews frozen in time, creating images of maritime horror that have haunted sailors' imaginations for centuries. Chapter 13, The Jenny, Frozen in Time. Our journey now takes us back into the realm of Arctic legend, where the boundary between historical fact and maritime folklore becomes as unclear as the horizon in a polar fog. In these frozen waters where time itself seems suspended and the normal rules of decay and destruction are held in abeyance by eternal ice, we encounter one of the most haunting tales in maritime mythology. A schooner allegedly discovered after decades in the ice with her crew, preserved exactly as they were at the moment of their death, creating a tableau of frozen horror that has captured imaginations for over 2 centuries. The schooner Jenny, according to the legend that has grown around her name, was a small merchant vessel that became trapped in Antarctic ice sometime in the 1820s while engaged in sealing operations in the southern polar regions. The ship was supposedly built in the early 1800s as a typical 2-masted schooner designed for coastal trading and fishing operations, but like many vessels of her era, she had been pressed into service for the dangerous but potentially lucrative business of hunting seals in the remote waters of the Antarctic. The story of the Jenny's final voyage, as it has been passed down through maritime folklore, tells of a sealing expedition that departed from a British port in 1823 under the command of Captain Brighton. The vessel carried a crew of 17 men, all experienced in the harsh conditions of polar sealing operations, though none could have anticipated the fate that supposedly awaited them in the ice-locked channels of the Antarctic Peninsula. According to the legend, the Jenny's crew had enjoyed successful hunting in the rich sealing grounds around the South Shetland Islands during the brief Antarctic summer of 1823 to 1824. However, as autumn approached and ice began forming rapidly throughout the region, the vessel became trapped in a narrow channel where shifting pack ice prevented any escape. Captain Brighton and his crew faced the terrifying prospect of spending the Antarctic winter locked in ice thousands of miles from any possible rescue. The tale describes how the Jenny's crew attempted to survive the polar winter by rationing their supplies and maintaining the ship's heating systems as long as their coal lasted. However, The extreme cold and complete isolation gradually took their toll, with crew members succumbing one by one to scurvy, starvation, and the psychological pressures of their hopeless situation. The captain supposedly maintained his log until the very end, recording the gradual deaths of his crew and his own growing despair. The legend reaches its climax with the claim that the Jenny was discovered in May 1840 by the crew of another vessel, perfectly preserved in the Antarctic ice after 17 years. According to this account, the discovering crew found the schooner exactly as she had been when her crew died, with the captain's body still seated at his cabin table, pen in hand, having died while writing his final log entry. The entire crew was reportedly found frozen in their positions throughout the ship, creating a macabre museum of polar death. The supposed discoverers claimed that the Jenny's log provided a complete record of the crew's final months, including detailed accounts of their failed attempts to escape the ice and their gradual realization that rescue was impossible. The log allegedly described how the crew had watched their shipmates die one by one, with the captain recording each death with increasingly desperate and incoherent entries as his own strength failed. The most haunting detail of the Jenny legend involves the perfect preservation of the crew's bodies in the Antarctic cold. According to the story, the men appeared to be merely sleeping, with their faces showing no signs of decay despite having been dead for nearly 2 decades. This supernatural preservation supposedly allowed the discovering crew to read the expressions of despair and resignation on the faces of men who had died, knowing they would never see home again. However, despite the compelling nature of this tale and its frequent retelling in maritime literature, historical research has failed to find any credible evidence that the Jenny or her discovery ever actually occurred. No contemporary records from 1840 mention the finding of such a vessel, and no ship's logs, newspaper accounts, or official reports from the period describe anything resembling the Jenny discovery. Maritime historians have noted that the Jenny story contains numerous elements that are consistent with folklore rather than historical fact. The perfect preservation of the crew, the dramatic tableau of the captain dying at his desk, and the complete documentation of the tragedy through the ship's log all reflect common themes in maritime legends rather than the messy realities of polar survival and death. The Antarctic sealing industry of the 1820s did indeed involve numerous small vessels operating in dangerous conditions with minimal safety equipment or communication capabilities. Several documented cases exist of sealing vessels becoming trapped in ice or disappearing entirely during this period, providing a foundation of truth upon which the Jenny legend might have been constructed. The story of the Jenny appears to have first gained wide circulation through publication in various maritime magazines and folklore collections during the mid-19th century, often presented as fact despite the absence of verifiable sources. The tale's popularity grew throughout the Victorian era, when public fascination with polar exploration was at its peak, and stories of Arctic and Antarctic disasters captured widespread attention. Some researchers have suggested that the Jenny legend might be based on a real incident involving a different vessel, with details becoming exaggerated and embellished through repeated retelling. The discovery of preserved bodies in polar conditions was not unknown to Arctic explorers, and several documented cases exist of expedition members being found years after their deaths in remarkably good condition due to the preservative effects of extreme cold. The psychological appeal of the Jenny story lies in its representation of maritime fears about isolation, abandonment, and the possibility of dying far from home without any chance of rescue or proper burial. The image of sailors frozen in time, preserved exactly as they were at the moment of death, speaks to deep anxieties about the ocean's power to claim lives while leaving no trace for families and loved ones to mourn. The legend has also been interpreted as a cautionary tale about the dangers of polar exploration and commercial ventures that pushed vessels and crews beyond safe limits in pursuit of profit. The sealing industry's reputation for risk-taking and its high casualty rate made it a natural subject for stories that warned of the consequences of excessive maritime ambition. Modern analysis of the Jenny legend has focused on its role in the development of maritime folklore and its influence on subsequent fictional works about polar exploration. The story has inspired numerous novels, short stories, and films that have borrowed its central image of a crew preserved in ice, making the Jenny one of the most influential maritime legends despite her questionable historical existence. The tale has also been examined in the context of Victorian attitudes toward death and preservation, as the era's fascination with mummies, medical specimens, and other preserved remains created a cultural atmosphere receptive to stories about naturally preserved corpses. The Jenny legend appealed to contemporary interests in both scientific preservation and Gothic horror. Antarctic researchers have noted that while the specific details of the Jenny story are almost certainly fictional, the underlying scenario of vessels becoming trapped in ice and crews perishing from cold and starvation was tragically common during the early period of polar exploration. The legend serves as a symbolic representation of the many real tragedies that occurred in Antarctic waters, giving names and faces to anonymous victims of polar exploration. The environmental conditions described in the Jenny legend are consistent with what is known about Antarctic preservation effects, as the extreme cold and dry conditions can indeed preserve organic materials for extended periods. Several documented discoveries of preserved expedition camps and individual remains have confirmed that such preservation is possible, though the dramatic completeness described in the Jenny story remains highly implausible. Despite the lack of historical evidence, the Jenny legend continues to appear in maritime literature and popular culture, often presented alongside factual accounts of polar exploration disasters. The story's persistence demonstrates the power of compelling narrative to survive regardless of factual basis, becoming a permanent part of maritime mythology that influences how people perceive the dangers of polar navigation. As we leave behind the ice-locked waters where the legendary Jenny supposedly drifted with her frozen crew, our voyage carries us back toward more temperate seas, where documented maritime disasters remind us that reality often proves more tragic than legend. The fog lifts to reveal the busy shipping lanes of the North Atlantic, where passenger steamers carried thousands of emigrants between the Old and New Worlds, and where one vessel's collision with ice would create a tragedy all too real in its devastating consequences. Chapter 14, SS Arctic, the Forgotten Titanic. The cold waters of the North Atlantic now surround us as we navigate toward one of the busiest and most dangerous shipping lanes in maritime history. Here, where icebergs drift south from Greenland and fog banks can reduce visibility to mere yards, passenger steamers of the mid-19th century carried thousands of emigrants and travelers between Europe and America, often with minimal safety equipment and inadequate lifeboats. In these treacherous waters, we encounter a disaster that would foreshadow the Titanic tragedy by more than half a century, a collision with ice that would claim over 300 lives and expose the inadequate safety preparations of early passenger shipping. The SS Arctic was a paddle-wheel steamship built in 1850 by William H. Brown Shipyard in New York for the Collins Line, which operated passenger and mail service between New York and Liverpool in direct competition with the British Cunard Line. At 284 feet in length and displacing 2,856 tons, the Arctic was one of the largest and most luxurious passenger vessels of her era, designed to attract wealthy travelers with her speed, comfort, and elegant appointments. The vessel represented the pinnacle of American steamship technology in the 1850s, featuring powerful side-wheel engines that could maintain speeds of over 13 knots, making her one of the fastest ships on the Atlantic. Her passenger accommodations included lavish first-class cabins, spacious public rooms, and dining facilities that rivaled the finest hotels of the era. The ship's reputation for luxury and speed made her popular with wealthy Americans and Europeans traveling for business and pleasure. Captain James Luce commanded the Arctic with extensive experience in Atlantic passenger service, having previously commanded several vessels for the Collins Line. At 45 years old, he was considered one of the company's most skilled masters, known for maintaining schedules despite challenging weather conditions, and for providing excellent passenger service. His crew included experienced officers and seamen familiar with the demanding requirements of transatlantic passenger operations. On September 20, 1854, the SS Arctic departed Liverpool bound for New York, with 233 passengers and 153 crew members aboard. The passenger list included many prominent American and European travelers, among them Edward Knight Collins Jr., son of the shipping line's owner, and members of several wealthy families returning from European tours. The manifest also included emigrants seeking new lives in America, traveling in the ship's steerage accommodations. The voyage proceeded normally for the first week, with the Arctic maintaining her reputation for speed and passenger comfort, despite encountering the typical rough weather of autumn in the North Atlantic. Captain Luce pushed the vessel hard to maintain schedule, as the Collins Line prided itself on reliable service and punctual arrivals that could compete with British competition. On September 27th, while approaching the Grand Banks of Newfoundland in thick fog, the Arctic was maintaining full speed despite severely reduced visibility. This practice was common for passenger vessels of the era, as competitive pressures and passenger expectations demanded that ships maintain schedules regardless of weather conditions. The ship's crew posted additional lookouts, but the paddle wheel engines created noise that made it difficult to hear fog signals from other vessels. At approximately noon, while steaming through dense fog at nearly full speed, the Arctic collided with the French steamship Vesta in one of the most devastating maritime accidents of the 19th century. The impact occurred when the ship suddenly emerged from the fog with insufficient time to avoid collision, despite frantic attempts by both crews to reverse engines and alter course. The collision was catastrophic for both vessels, with the Arctic's starboard side being pierced below the waterline, while the Vesta suffered severe damage to her bow. However, the French ship's iron construction allowed her to remain afloat and eventually reach port, while the Arctic's wooden hull began taking on water immediately. Captain Luce quickly realized that his ship was mortally wounded and began preparations for evacuation. The Arctic's crew launched the ship's boats in an attempt to save passengers and crew, but the vessel carried insufficient lifeboats for all souls aboard, reflecting the inadequate safety regulations of the 1850s. Panic broke out among passengers as the ship's list increased, and it became clear that not everyone could be accommodated in the available boats. The crew's discipline broke down as officers and seamen fought for places in the boats alongside passengers. Captain Luce remained aboard the Arctic as she settled lower in the water, attempting to organize the evacuation and ensure that women and children received priority for the available boat spaces. However, the combination of inadequate lifeboats, panicked passengers, and deteriorating crew discipline made an orderly evacuation impossible. Many boats were launched only partially filled, while others capsized due to inexperienced handling in rough seas. The SS Arctic sank approximately 4 hours after the collision, taking with her an estimated 322 people, including many passengers who had been unable to reach the lifeboats. Only 86 survivors were rescued, primarily crew members and male passengers, who had managed to secure places in boats or had been able to survive in the water until rescue arrived. Tragically, not a single woman or child survived the disaster, highlighting the failure of safety procedures and crew discipline. The loss of the Arctic shocked the maritime world and led to extensive investigations into the causes of the disaster and the adequacy of passenger vessel safety regulations. The inquiry revealed that the ship had been operating at excessive speed for the visibility conditions, that lifeboat capacity was grossly inadequate for the number of people aboard, and that crew training for emergency procedures was insufficient. The investigation also exposed serious problems with the construction and maintenance of the Arctic's hull, which had been weakened by years of hard service and inadequate repairs. The wooden construction that had been standard for passenger vessels was proving inadequate for the stresses of regular Atlantic service, particularly when subjected to collision damage. The disaster contributed to the gradual transition toward iron and steel construction for passenger ships. Captain Luce survived the sinking and faced severe criticism for his decision to maintain full speed in fog and for the breakdown of discipline during the evacuation. However, the inquiry also recognized that he had followed standard practices of the era and had remained at his post throughout the disaster. The captain's reputation was permanently damaged by the loss of his ship and the high casualty toll. The Arctic disaster had profound effects on passenger shipping safety regulations and industry practices. New requirements were implemented for lifeboat capacity, crew training, and emergency procedures, while shipping companies began adopting more conservative speed policies for vessels operating in poor visibility. The tragedy demonstrated that competitive pressures could not be allowed to override basic safety considerations. The loss of Edward Knight Collins Jr. aboard the Arctic devastated the Collins Line's owner and contributed to the eventual failure of the American company's attempt to compete with British shipping on the Atlantic. The emotional and financial impact of losing his son, combined with the damage to the company's reputation, led Collins to withdraw from passenger service within a few years of the disaster. The families of the Arctic's victims face particular challenges in dealing with their losses, as many of the bodies were never recovered, and the inadequate passenger records of the era made it difficult to confirm who had actually been aboard the vessel. Insurance claims and legal proceedings continued for years, highlighting the need for better documentation and passenger safety procedures. The Arctic disaster inspired numerous works of literature and art that captured the tragedy's impact on 19th century society. The loss of so many women and children, combined with the apparent failure of chivalrous ideals during the evacuation, challenged contemporary assumptions about masculine honor and social order. The tragedy became a symbol of the costs of industrial progress and competitive capitalism. Modern maritime historians have noted parallels between the Arctic disaster and the later Titanic tragedy, including inadequate lifeboat capacity, excessive speed in dangerous conditions, and the breakdown of social order during evacuation. However, the Arctic's loss received less historical attention, partly because it occurred before the era of mass media and global communications that made the Titanic disaster a worldwide sensation. Underwater archaeologists have occasionally searched for the Arctic's wreck, though the extreme depth of the North Atlantic in the area where she sank has made such efforts largely unsuccessful. The vessel's wooden construction means that any remains would be severely deteriorated after more than 160 years on the ocean floor, making identification extremely difficult, even if wreckage were located. The legacy of the SS Arctic continues to influence maritime safety discussions and serves as a reminder that passenger vessel disasters were tragically common before modern safety regulations were implemented. The ship's loss demonstrates how competitive pressures and inadequate regulations could combine with human error to create catastrophic results that claimed hundreds of innocent lives. As we sail away from the cold Atlantic waters where the Arctic met her tragic end, our voyage carries us into the more sheltered waters of the Great Lakes, where a different type of maritime mystery awaits. Here, in the vast inland seas that separate Canada from the United States, we encounter a shipwreck that has preserved its secrets beneath the cold, fresh water for nearly a century, including one particularly haunting discovery that has made this wreck famous among divers and maritime archaeologists worldwide. Chapter 15. SS Kamloops, the Mummy in the Engine Room. The cold, clear waters of Lake Superior now surround our vessel as we navigate through the largest and most dangerous of the Great Lakes, where sudden storms can create waves rivaling those of the ocean, and where the frigid temperatures preserve shipwrecks with supernatural clarity. Here, in December 1927, we encounter a cargo vessel whose sinking would remain a mystery for decades until divers made a discovery that would haunt the maritime community. A perfectly preserved crew member who has become known as one of the most famous maritime mummies in North America. The SS Kamloops was a bulk cargo vessel built in 1924 by Furness Shipbuilding Company in Haverton Hill, England, specifically designed for service on the Great Lakes, carrying grain, ore, and other bulk commodities between Canadian and American ports. At 250 feet in length and displacing 2,402 tons, she was a typical lake freighter of the era, with a long, low profile optimized for passage through the locks of the Great Lakes shipping system and cargo holds designed for efficient loading and unloading of bulk materials. The vessel was owned by Canada Steamship Lines and operated primarily on routes connecting the grain elevators of Thunder Bay with ports throughout the Great Lakes system. Her design incorporated features specific to Great Lakes navigation, including reinforced construction to handle the unique stresses of freshwater shipping, and specialized equipment for loading grain and other agricultural products that formed the backbone of the region's economy. Captain William Bryan commanded the Kamloops with extensive experience in Great Lakes navigation, having spent over 15 years sailing the inland seas and understanding their unique challenges and dangers. His crew of 21 officers and seamen included experienced lake sailors familiar with the demanding conditions of winter navigation, when sudden storms could trap vessels in ice or create mountainous seas that could overwhelm even large freighters. On November 30th, 1927, the SS Kamloops departed Fort William, Ontario, now Thunder Bay, loaded with a cargo of grain and general merchandise bound for various ports throughout the Great Lakes. The voyage was planned as a typical late-season trip, taking advantage of the final weeks before winter ice would close the shipping channels and force vessels to seek shelter in protected harbors until spring. Weather conditions at the time of departure appeared manageable for experienced lake sailors. though meteorologists were tracking a developing storm system that might affect the western end of Lake Superior during the following days. Captain Bryan was familiar with the lake's weather patterns and had successfully navigated similar conditions numerous times, though the approaching winter made any delay potentially dangerous. The Kamloops proceeded eastward along the Canadian shore of Lake Superior, following the standard shipping route that took advantage of the lake's deeper waters while staying within reasonable distance of shelter should weather conditions deteriorate. The vessel maintained radio contact with shore stations during the first day of her voyage, reporting normal progress and routine operations. On December 6th, the developing storm system struck Lake Superior with unexpected violence, bringing hurricane-force winds and mountainous seas that created some of the most dangerous conditions ever recorded on the Great Lakes. The storm caught numerous vessels in open water, with several ships reporting severe damage and requesting assistance from the limited rescue resources available in the remote region. The SS Kamloops was last heard from on December 6th, when her radio operator transmitted a distress signal indicating that the vessel was taking on water and experiencing severe difficulties in the storm. The transmission was weak and intermittent, suggesting that the ship's electrical systems were failing, and no further communications were received despite repeated attempts by shore stations to establish contact. When the storm subsided on December 8th, search and rescue operations were launched to locate vessels that had been caught in the open during the height of the weather. Several ships were found damaged but still afloat, while others had managed to reach shelter in protected harbors. However, the SS Kamloops was nowhere to be found, despite searches that covered hundreds of square miles of the lake's surface. The search for the Kamloops continued throughout the remainder of December and into the following spring, with aircraft and vessels combing the shorelines and open waters for any sign of the missing vessel or her crew. Despite these extensive efforts, no trace of the ship was found, and she was officially declared lost with all hands, 22 souls who had vanished into the depths of Lake Superior. The mystery of the Kamloops' fate remained unsolved for over 4 decades, though occasional reports from fishermen and other mariners suggested that wreckage might exist in the deep waters north of Isle Royale. These sightings were generally dismissed as misidentifications of natural features or other known wrecks, as the extreme depth and poor visibility in the area made systematic searching nearly impossible with available technology. In August 1977, exactly 50 years after her loss, the wreck of the SS Kamloops was finally discovered by a team of sport divers exploring the deep waters near Isle Royale. The vessel was found lying upright in 240 feet of water, her hull largely intact despite decades on the lake bottom. The cold, fresh water of Lake Superior had preserved the wreck with remarkable clarity, allowing divers to explore the vessel's interior and cargo holds. The discovery of the Kamloops wreck immediately attracted attention from maritime archaeologists and diving enthusiasts, as the vessel's excellent state of preservation made her one of the most accessible and well-preserved shipwrecks in the Great Lakes. However, it was a discovery made during subsequent dives that would make the Kamloops wreck famous throughout the diving community and beyond. In the ship's engine room, divers found the perfectly preserved remains of one of the Kamloops crew members, a man who had apparently been trapped in the compartment when the ship sank and whose body had been mummified by the lake's cold, oxygen-poor environment. The preserved crew member, who became known as Old Whitey due to the pale color of his skin, was found floating in the engine room exactly as he had been at the time of his death 50 years earlier. The discovery of the mummified crew member created immediate controversy within the diving community and among maritime authorities. Some divers argued that the remains should be recovered and given proper burial, while others maintained that the wreck site should be treated as a grave and left undisturbed. The debate highlighted broader questions about the ethics of wreck diving and the treatment of maritime archaeological sites. Medical experts who examined photographs and reports from the wreck site confirmed that the preservation was consistent with mummification caused by the unique environmental conditions of Lake Superior's deep waters. The combination of near-freezing temperatures, low oxygen levels, and the absence of marine organisms that typically consume organic matter had created perfect conditions for preserving organic materials indefinitely. The preserved crew member became the subject of numerous diving expeditions and documentary projects, with underwater photographers capturing images that demonstrated the eerie preservation achieved by the lake's environment. However, the increasingly commercialized nature of these visits raised concerns about the dignity and respect owed to the crew members' remains and the wreck site as a whole. Maritime archaeologists used the Kamloops wreck to study the effects of the December 1927 storm and the circumstances that led to the vessel's loss. Examination of the hull revealed that the ship had likely foundered due to a combination of heavy seas that overwhelmed her cargo holds and structural failure that caused catastrophic flooding. The location of the wreck confirmed that the vessel had been driven far from the normal shipping lanes by the storm's violence. The excellent preservation of the Kamloops wreck has made her an important site for studying Great Lakes maritime history and the technology of 1920s lake freighters. The vessel's cargo holds, machinery spaces, and crew quarters remain largely intact, providing researchers with a unique window into the daily operations of bulk cargo vessels during the era when the Great Lakes shipping industry reached its peak. However, the presence of human remains on the wreck has complicated efforts to conduct systematic archaeological research, as ethical considerations and legal requirements have limited access to certain areas of the vessel. The crew member's remains have been left undisturbed out of respect for the dead, though his presence continues to attract both legitimate researchers and curiosity seekers. The Kamloops case has become a focal point for discussions about the ethics of wreck diving and the appropriate treatment of sites that contain human remains. The discovery has influenced policies governing access to shipwrecks throughout the Great Lakes and has contributed to the development of guidelines for respectful underwater archaeology. Modern diving technology has allowed for detailed mapping and documentation of the Kamloops wreck, creating comprehensive records of the vessel's condition and the circumstances of her loss. These studies have contributed to understanding of how Lake Superior's environment affects shipwrecks and how different preservation conditions can maintain organic materials for extended periods. The story of the SS Kamloops and her mummified crew member has entered Great Lakes folklore, becoming one of the most famous shipwreck stories in North American maritime history. The image of the perfectly preserved sailor floating in his flooded engine room has captured public imagination and made the wreck a pilgrimage site for divers from around the world. The legacy of the Kamloops extends beyond the sensational aspects of the preserved crew member to encompass broader questions about maritime safety, historical preservation, and the treatment of underwater cultural heritage. The wreck serves as a reminder of the human cost of Great Lakes shipping and the dangers faced by mariners working in one of the world's most challenging maritime environments. As we leave behind the cold, preserving waters of Lake Superior, where the SS Kamloops lies with her eternal guardian, our voyage carries us back to the vast oceans where modern bulk carriers transport the world's raw materials across thousands of miles of open water. Here, in the storm-tossed waters of the Pacific, we encounter a vessel whose loss would challenge everything the maritime industry thought it knew about ship design and safety, proving that even the largest and most advanced cargo vessels remain vulnerable to the ocean's overwhelming power. Chapter 16, SS Nautical, the Vanishing Liner. Our journey through maritime mysteries now carries us back to the golden age of Atlantic passenger travel, when grand steamships competed for speed and luxury on the world's most prestigious shipping route. Here, in the treacherous waters of the North Atlantic during the harsh winter of 1893, we encounter a White Star Line vessel whose disappearance would shake public confidence in ocean travel and foreshadow the greater tragedies that would follow in the coming decades. The SS Nautical was a passenger and cargo steamship built in 1892 by Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast for the prestigious White Star Line, the same company that would later operate the ill-fated Titanic. At 468 feet in length and displacing 6,694 tons, she represented the latest advances in steamship design and safety technology of the early 1890s. The vessel was designed primarily for the Liverpool to New York route, carrying both passengers and cargo on the highly competitive North Atlantic run. The ship's construction incorporated steel hull plating and modern compartmentalization that was considered state-of-the-art for passenger vessel safety. Her twin-screw propulsion system provided both speed and redundancy, while her passenger accommodations included comfortable first-class cabins and adequate steerage facilities for emigrants seeking new lives in America. The Nautical was part of White Star Line's strategy to compete with Cunard and other established shipping companies through superior comfort and reliability. Captain William Roberts commanded the Nautical with extensive experience in Atlantic passenger service, having previously served as an officer aboard several White Star vessels. At 52 years old, he was considered one of the company's most reliable masters, known for his careful seamanship and attention to passenger safety. His crew of 74 officers and seamen included experienced merchant mariners familiar with the demanding requirements of winter Atlantic crossings. On February 11, 1893, the SS Naronic departed Liverpool bound for New York with 74 crew members aboard, but no passengers, as this voyage was primarily intended to position the vessel for the spring passenger season and to carry a valuable cargo of general merchandise. The absence of passengers was unusual for a White Star liner, but not unprecedented during the winter months when passenger demand was typically lowest. The cargo manifest included textiles, machinery, and various manufactured goods valued at over £200,000, making this a financially significant voyage for the shipping company despite the lack of passenger revenue. The vessel was fully provisioned for the Atlantic crossing and carried adequate coal for the voyage, with plans to refuel in New York before beginning regular passenger service. Weather conditions at the time of departure were typical for February in the North Atlantic, with strong westerly winds and rough seas expected along the route to New York. The winter of 1892 to 1893 had been particularly severe, with numerous reports of heavy ice in the shipping lanes and dangerous storm systems tracking across the Atlantic. Captain Roberts was experienced in winter navigation and had successfully completed similar voyages under challenging conditions. The Naronic maintained regular communication with shore stations during the first week of her voyage, with wireless operators reporting normal progress and routine operations. The vessel's last confirmed communication occurred on February 20th, when the ship's position was reported as approximately 1,000 miles west of Ireland, maintaining course and schedule for New York. This final transmission was routine, giving no indication of any problems aboard the ship. When the SS Naronic failed to arrive in New York on her scheduled date of February 25th, White Star Line officials initially attributed the delay to severe weather that might have forced the vessel to reduce speed or seek shelter. However, when additional days passed without any communication from the ship, and when inquiries with other vessels in the area revealed no sightings, serious concerns began to develop about her fate. On March 1st, White Star Line officially declared the SS Naronic overdue and requested assistance from maritime authorities in searching for the missing vessel. The initial search focused on the western approaches to New York Harbor, with multiple vessels checking possible positions where the ship might have been delayed by weather or mechanical problems. The search operation quickly expanded to cover the entire western Atlantic shipping lanes, utilizing both naval vessels and merchant ships that were diverted from their normal routes to assist in the effort. Despite these extensive efforts conducted over several weeks, no trace of the SS Naronic was found. The complete absence of any wreckage, lifeboats, or survivors created an immediate mystery that would puzzle investigators for decades. The official inquiry into the loss of the SS Naronic was conducted by the British Board of Trade, with assistance from maritime experts and naval investigators. The inquiry examined every aspect of the vessel's construction, cargo, crew, and operational history, looking for factors that might explain her sudden and complete disappearance. Particular attention was paid to the ship's structural integrity and her ability to withstand the severe weather conditions prevalent in the North Atlantic during winter months. The investigation revealed that the SS Naronic had been built to the highest standards of the era, with steel construction and modern safety features that should have provided adequate protection against most maritime hazards. However, the inquiry also noted that the vessel's cargo of manufactured goods included some materials that could potentially create fire hazards if not properly stowed and secured. Weather analysis revealed that the SS Naronic had likely encountered several severe storm systems during her voyage, including one particularly powerful Atlantic storm that had affected the area around the time of her last communication. However, meteorological experts noted that other vessels in the same area had weathered the storms without major difficulty, making weather alone an unlikely explanation for the ship's complete disappearance. The investigation considered various theories about the Naronic's fate, including collision with ice, catastrophic fire or explosion, and sudden structural failure due to design flaws or construction defects. Each theory was examined in detail, but none could be proven conclusively without physical evidence from the vessel. The complete absence of any floating debris made it difficult to determine which type of disaster might have befallen the ship. Perhaps most puzzling was the failure of the ship's crew to transmit any distress signals during her final hours. The Naronic was equipped with modern signaling equipment that should have allowed communication with other vessels or shore stations, even in emergency conditions. The silence of the ship's communications suggested either that the disaster had occurred with devastating suddenness or that the signaling equipment had failed at a critical moment. The loss of the SS Naronic had significant impacts on White Star Line and the broader passenger shipping industry. Insurance claims totaling over £400,000 were filed in connection with the ship's disappearance, while the families of the 74 missing crew members faced the difficult process of obtaining death certificates without definitive proof of the vessel's fate. The disaster also raised questions about the adequacy of safety regulations and emergency procedures for passenger vessels. Numerous theories were proposed by maritime experts and amateur investigators to explain the Naronic's disappearance. Some suggested that the vessel had been destroyed by an internal explosion, possibly caused by cargo or fuel systems, while others proposed that she had been overwhelmed by ice or extreme weather conditions. More exotic theories included the possibility of collision with an uncharted underwater obstacle or attack by unknown hostile forces. The mystery of the SS Naronic inspired several contemporary investigations by maritime researchers who attempted to trace the vessel's final voyage and determine her likely fate. Some researchers claim to have identified possible wreckage or debris that might have come from the missing ship, but none of these discoveries could be conclusively linked to the Naronic. The case remained officially unsolved, adding to the growing list of Atlantic shipping mysteries. The Naronic's disappearance occurred during a period of increasing public concern about Atlantic shipping safety, as several other vessels had been lost or damaged in collisions with ice during the harsh winter of 1892 to 1893. The case contributed to discussions about improved ice patrol services and better weather reporting systems that might help vessels avoid dangerous conditions. Maritime safety experts used the Naronic case to advocate for improved emergency communication systems and mandatory distress signaling procedures that might prevent similar complete disappearances in the future. The incident highlighted the vulnerability of vessels operating in remote areas without reliable means of communicating their position and status to shore-based authorities. The loss of the SS Naronic remained one of White Star Line's most significant disasters until the Titanic tragedy of 1912 overshadowed earlier losses. However, maritime historians have noted similarities between the two cases, including the complete absence of survivors and the failure of safety systems to prevent catastrophic loss of life. The Naronic case provided early warnings about the limitations of contemporary ship design and safety procedures. Modern maritime archaeologists have occasionally proposed searches for the Naronic wreck using advanced underwater survey technology, but the vast area of the North Atlantic where she might have sunk and the extreme depths involved have made such efforts prohibitively expensive. The vessel's remains, if they exist, likely lie in waters too deep for conventional recovery operations. As we sail away from the cold Atlantic waters where the SS Naronic vanished without trace, our voyage carries us across the Pacific to encounter a vessel from the Far East whose final radio transmission would become one of the most haunting and mysterious distress calls in maritime history. The trade winds now carry us toward Japanese waters, where cultural beliefs about honor and duty would intersect with maritime disaster to create a mystery that endures to this day. Chapter 17. MV Raifuku Maru, Danger Like Dagger Now. The vast Pacific Ocean now stretches before us as our journey carries us toward the waters off Japan, where merchant vessels navigate between the islands of the rising sun and the broader Pacific trade routes. Here, in April 1928, we encounter a Japanese cargo ship whose final radio transmission would become one of the most famous and enigmatic distress calls in maritime history. A message so cryptic and haunting that it has inspired decades of speculation about the vessel's fate and the circumstances of her crew's final moments. The MV Raifuku Maru was a Japanese cargo steamship built in 1918 for coastal and inter-island trading operations throughout the Japanese archipelago and nearby Pacific waters. At approximately 300 feet in length, she was a typical merchant vessel of her era, designed to carry general cargo between Japanese ports and occasionally to more distant destinations in the Western Pacific. The ship's name, meaning happy fortune, reflected the optimistic aspirations common in Japanese maritime culture. The vessel was owned by a Japanese shipping company that operated several similar cargo ships in the competitive inter-island trade, carrying everything from manufactured goods to agricultural products between the major Japanese ports. Her design incorporated features common to Japanese merchant vessels of the 1920s, including efficient cargo handling equipment and accommodations for a relatively small crew typical of economically operated freighters. Captain Matsukichi commanded the Raifuku Maru with extensive experience in Japanese coastal waters, though records of his background and previous service remain limited due to the destruction of many Japanese maritime records during World War II. His crew consisted of approximately 30 Japanese seamen, all experienced in the demanding conditions of Pacific navigation and familiar with the unique challenges of sailing in waters known for sudden weather changes and dangerous currents. On April 18, 1928, the Raifuku Maru departed a Japanese port bound for Los Angeles, California, carrying a cargo of silk and other Japanese goods for the American market. This trans-Pacific voyage represented a significant departure from the vessel's normal coastal operations, taking her far from familiar waters into the vast expanses of the Central Pacific, where navigation required different skills and presented new dangers. The cargo of silk was particularly valuable, as Japanese silk exports to America were an important source of foreign currency during the 1920s. The shipment represented a substantial investment for both the shipping company and the silk merchants, making the successful completion of the voyage economically critical for all parties involved. The vessel was fully provisioned for the long Pacific crossing and carried adequate coal for the voyage. Weather conditions at the time of departure appeared favorable for the trans-Pacific crossing, with moderate winds and generally stable atmospheric conditions predicted along the Great Circle route toward California. However, Pacific weather patterns could change rapidly, and vessels often encountered unexpected storms or other hazardous conditions far from any possible assistance. The Raifuku Maru proceeded normally for the first several days of her voyage, maintaining regular radio contact with Japanese shore stations and reporting satisfactory progress across the Pacific. The vessel's radio operator transmitted routine position reports and operational updates that indicated normal conditions aboard the ship and steady progress toward Los Angeles. On April 21st, approximately 3 days after departure, the Raifuku Maru transmitted what would become one of the most famous distress calls in maritime history. The message, received by multiple radio stations, read, "Danger like dagger now, come quick." This cryptic transmission was followed by silence, with no further communications received from the vessel, despite repeated attempts by shore stations to establish contact. The strange wording of the distress call immediately attracted attention from maritime authorities and radio operators throughout the Pacific. The phrase, "danger like dagger now," was unlike any standard maritime distress terminology, suggesting either a communication problem or circumstances so unusual that the radio operator was struggling to describe the situation. The urgent plea to come quick indicated immediate peril, but provided no specific information about the nature of the emergency. Japanese maritime authorities immediately launched search and rescue operations, dispatching vessels and aircraft to search the area where the Raifuku Maru was believed to be located, based on her last position reports. American Coast Guard units were also alerted and began searching from their Pacific bases, while merchant vessels in the area were requested to maintain watch for any signs of the missing ship. Despite extensive searching over several days, no trace of the Raifuku Maru was found. No wreckage, lifeboats, or survivors were discovered, despite ideal weather conditions that should have made any floating debris easily visible. The complete absence of any physical evidence created an immediate mystery that would puzzle investigators and inspire numerous theories about the vessel's fate. The official investigation into the loss of the Raifuku Maru was complicated by limited records and the vast area of the Pacific where the vessel might have been lost. Japanese maritime authorities examined all available evidence, including radio logs, weather data, and reports from other vessels in the area, but found no definitive explanation for the ship's disappearance or the meaning of her cryptic final transmission. The phrase "danger like dagger now" became the subject of extensive analysis by linguists, maritime experts, and amateur investigators who proposed various interpretations of its meaning. Some suggested that the message referred to a sharp, penetrating danger, such as collision with a reef or floating object, while others proposed that it described the sudden onset of a severe weather condition that threatened the vessel's safety. Alternative theories focused on the possibility of mechanical failure or structural problems that might have created conditions the radio operator struggled to describe in English, which was likely not his native language. The metaphor of a dagger suggested something sudden, sharp, and potentially fatal, but the exact nature of the threat remained unclear. Some investigators proposed that the Raifuku Maru had encountered supernatural or unexplained phenomena that the radio operator was attempting to describe using available vocabulary. The mysterious nature of the Pacific Ocean and its association with various maritime legends made such theories appealing to those seeking explanations beyond conventional maritime disasters. The timing and location of the Raifuku Maru's disappearance led to speculation about possible encounters with hostile forces, though no evidence of piracy or military action was found in the area during the relevant period. The late 1920s were generally peaceful in the Pacific, and no other vessels reported threatening encounters or suspicious activities. Weather analysis revealed that the Raifuku Maru might have encountered a sudden storm system or unusual atmospheric conditions that could have created dangerous situations for the vessel. However, meteorological records from the period were incomplete, and it was difficult to determine exactly what weather conditions the ship might have faced during her final hours. The investigation also considered the possibility of cargo-related problems, as silk shipments required careful handling and could potentially create fire hazards if not properly managed. However, silk was generally considered a relatively safe cargo, and there was no evidence that cargo-related issues had caused problems for other vessels carrying similar shipments. The mystery of the Raifuku Maru's final transmission has inspired numerous attempts to decode its meaning and determine what emergency the crew faced in their final moments. Radio experts have analyzed the transmission patterns and wording, while maritime historians have compared the message to other distress calls to identify possible parallels or explanations. The case has become a classic example of how incomplete information can create enduring mysteries, as the cryptic nature of the final transmission has allowed numerous interpretations while providing no definitive answers. The phrase "danger like dagger now" has entered maritime folklore as one of the most enigmatic distress calls ever recorded. Modern search technology has occasionally been proposed for locating the Raifuku Maru wreck, but the vast area of the Pacific where she might have sunk and the extreme depths involved have made such efforts impractical. The vessel's remains, if they exist, likely lie in waters far too deep for conventional underwater archaeology. The legacy of the Raifuku Maru extends beyond the mystery of her disappearance to encompass broader questions about communication barriers and the challenges of describing emergency situations in non-native languages. The case has been studied by maritime safety experts interested in improving distress communication procedures and ensuring that emergency messages can be clearly understood regardless of language differences. As we sail away from the vast Pacific waters where the Raifuku Maru transmitted her final cryptic message, our voyage carries us back toward the familiar waters of the American coast, where maritime legends have been born from the intersection of tragedy, mystery, and the supernatural beliefs of coastal communities. Here, off the shores of Rhode Island, we encounter not a single vessel, but a recurring phenomenon that has haunted mariners and coastal residents for over 2 centuries. Chapter 18. Palatine Light, the burning ghost ship. The cold waters off the New England coast now surround us as we approach one of America's most enduring maritime legends, where the boundary between historical tragedy and supernatural phenomenon has blurred into a mystery that continues to puzzle observers more than 2 centuries after its origin. Here, off Block Island, Rhode Island, we encounter not a single vessel, but a recurring apparition, a ghostly ship that appears to burn eternally on the horizon, visible to countless witnesses yet vanishing like mist when approached. The legend of the Palatine Light centers around a passenger ship called the Princess Augusta, though local folklore has renamed her the Palatine after the German region from which many of her passengers originated. The vessel was built in the mid-18th century as a typical immigrant ship designed to carry hopeful emigrants from European ports to new lives in the American colonies. At approximately 200 feet in length, she represented the standard merchant vessel design of her era, with minimal passenger accommodations and basic safety equipment. The Princess Augusta was engaged in the profitable but dangerous business of transporting German immigrants to America, part of the massive population movement that brought hundreds of thousands of Europeans to the New World during the colonial period. These voyages were notoriously difficult, with overcrowded conditions, inadequate provisions, and high mortality rates among passengers who often spent months at sea in desperate conditions. Captain George Long commanded the Princess Augusta during her final voyage, though records of his background and experience remain limited due to the incomplete documentation typical of 18th century merchant shipping. His crew consisted of experienced sailors familiar with Atlantic crossings, though the brutal conditions aboard immigrant ships often led to discipline problems and crew unrest during long voyages. In August 1738, the Princess Augusta departed Rotterdam with approximately 240 German immigrants aboard, bound for Philadelphia, where they hoped to begin new lives in Pennsylvania's growing German communities. The passenger manifest included entire families, craftsmen, farmers, and others seeking opportunities in America's expanding frontier. The voyage was expected to take 8-10 weeks following the standard Atlantic route used by immigrant ships. Weather conditions during the voyage proved particularly challenging, with several severe storms forcing the vessel off course and extending the crossing far beyond the expected duration. Food and water supplies began running low as the voyage stretched into its fourth month, while disease began spreading among the crowded passengers. Conditions aboard the ship deteriorated rapidly as desperation set in among the increasingly desperate immigrants. By December 1738, the Princess Augusta was severely off course and running low on provisions when she encountered a massive winter storm off the New England coast. The vessel's crew, weakened by months at sea and facing potential starvation, began to lose control of the situation as passengers demanded that the ship make landfall, regardless of the dangers posed by the rocky New England coastline. On December 27, 1738, the Princess Augusta was driven ashore on Block Island during a fierce winter gale. The vessel struck the rocky coast with tremendous force, breaking apart immediately and spilling her desperate passengers into the freezing Atlantic waters. Local residents, known as wreckers, who made their living salvaging cargo from shipwrecks, gathered on the shore but were unable to mount effective rescue efforts due to the storm conditions. The wreck of the Princess Augusta was one of the most devastating maritime disasters in colonial New England history, with only a handful of passengers and crew members surviving to reach shore. The exact death toll remains unknown, but estimates suggest that over 200 people perished in the disaster, making it one of the deadliest shipwrecks of the colonial period. However, the historical tragedy of the Princess Augusta was just the beginning of what would become one of America's most famous maritime legends. Within years of the disaster, local residents began reporting sightings of a burning ship appearing off Block Island, usually during winter storms similar to those that had caused the original wreck. The first documented reports of the Palatine Light appeared in the 1750s, when fishermen and coastal residents described seeing a ship on fire drifting along the horizon near Block Island. The apparition typically appeared during stormy weather, glowing with an eerie light that seemed to burn without being consumed. Witnesses described the phenomenon as lasting anywhere from a few minutes to several hours before vanishing completely. The sightings became more frequent and detailed throughout the late 18th and early 19th centuries, with numerous reliable witnesses providing consistent descriptions of the burning ship. Sea captains, lighthouse keepers, and coastal residents all reported seeing the phenomenon, often describing it in remarkably similar terms, despite having no contact with previous witnesses. According to the most common descriptions, the Palatine Light appears as a full-rigged ship engulfed in flames, sailing slowly along the horizon before gradually fading from view. The apparition is typically seen during winter months, particularly during storms, and often appears in the same general area where the original Princess Augusta was wrecked. Some witnesses have reported hearing screams or cries for help carried on the wind, though these auditory phenomena are less consistently reported than the visual aspects. The legend gained national attention in the 19th century when it was featured in poems, newspaper articles, and folk tales that spread the story of the Palatine Light throughout New England and beyond. The poet John Greenleaf Whittier immortalized the phenomenon in his 1867 poem, The Palatine, which described the burning ship as a supernatural punishment for the greed and callousness of the Block Island wreckers, who had allegedly plundered the original wreck rather than helping survivors. Scientific investigators have proposed various explanations for the Palatine Light phenomenon, ranging from optical illusions to unusual atmospheric conditions that might create the appearance of a burning ship on the horizon. Some researchers have suggested that the sightings represent a form of mirage caused by temperature inversions or other meteorological phenomena common in coastal areas during winter storms. Alternative explanations have focused on the possibility that the apparition represents sightings of actual ships in distress, with the supernatural aspects being added through folklore and repeated retelling. The waters off Block Island have been the site of numerous shipwrecks throughout history, and it's possible that some Palatine Light sightings represent genuine emergency situations that were misinterpreted due to distance and weather conditions. However, the consistency of the sightings across multiple centuries and the specific details reported by independent witnesses have made conventional explanations difficult to accept for many researchers. The phenomenon has been documented by individuals with no prior knowledge of the legend, suggesting that the sightings represent more than simple suggestion or folklore embellishment. Modern investigations of the Palatine Light have utilized advanced technology including radar, photography, and electromagnetic detection equipment to attempt to document the phenomenon objectively. While some researchers claim to have recorded anomalous readings during alleged sightings, no definitive scientific evidence has been produced to prove the existence of a supernatural phenomenon. The psychological aspects of the Palatine Light legend have also been studied by researchers interested in how maritime tragedies can evolve into enduring folklore. The story represents a classic example of how historical disasters can be transformed through cultural memory and storytelling into supernatural legends that serve various social and psychological functions for coastal communities. The legend has had significant cultural impact on Block Island and the broader Rhode Island coast, becoming a major tourist attraction and the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and research projects. The annual sightings continue to attract investigators, ghost hunters, and curious observers who hope to witness the phenomenon for themselves. Maritime historians have used the Palatine Light legend to study the broader context of colonial-era immigration and the dangers faced by passenger ships carrying emigrants to America. The original tragedy of the Princess Augusta represents thousands of similar disasters that claimed the lives of hopeful immigrants seeking better lives in the New World. The persistence of the Palatine Light legend into the modern era demonstrates the enduring power of maritime folklore and the human tendency to find supernatural explanations for tragic events. Whether the phenomenon represents actual supernatural activity, unusual natural phenomena, or the power of suggestion and cultural memory, it continues to fascinate observers and contribute to the rich tradition of American maritime legend. As we sail away from the legendary waters off Block Island where the Palatine Light has appeared for centuries, our voyage carries us across the Pacific toward the tropical waters of Southeast Asia, where modern shipping connects the ports and islands of the region in an intricate web of maritime commerce. Here, in the busy straits and channels between Malaysia and its neighbors, we encounter a vessel whose disappearance would demonstrate that maritime mysteries continue to occur even in heavily trafficked modern shipping lanes. Chapter 19, SS Bintang, Lost in the Straits. The warm, humid air of Southeast Asia now envelops our vessel as we navigate through the busy shipping channels that connect the ports of Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. These waters, among the most heavily trafficked in the world, carry much of the trade between east and west through narrow straits where modern cargo vessels pass within sight of traditional fishing boats and island communities that have depended on the sea for countless generations. Yet even in these well-traveled waters, vessels can vanish as completely as if they had sailed off the edge of the world. The SS Bintang was a Malaysian cargo steamship built in the early 1950s, specifically for inter-island trading operations throughout the Southeast Asian archipelago. At 280 feet in length and displacing approximately 3,200 tons, she was a typical regional cargo vessel designed to navigate the shallow waters and tight channels that connect the thousands of islands scattered throughout Malaysian and Indonesian waters. Her name, meaning star in Malay, reflected the optimistic spirit of the newly independent nation's maritime industry. The vessel was owned by a Malaysian shipping company that operated several similar cargo ships in the competitive regional trade, carrying everything from manufactured goods to agricultural products between the major ports of Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Jakarta, and numerous smaller destinations throughout the archipelago. Her design incorporated features necessary for tropical operations, including ventilation systems to protect cargo from the humid climate and shallow draft capabilities for accessing smaller ports. Captain Ahmad Rahman commanded the SS Bintang with extensive experience in Southeast Asian waters, having spent over 20 years navigating the complex channels and straits that characterize maritime transportation in the region. His crew of 28 officers and seamen included experienced Malaysian and Indonesian mariners familiar with the unique challenges of tropical navigation, including sudden weather changes, strong currents, and heavy maritime traffic. On March 15, 1958, the SS Bintang departed Port Klang, Malaysia, bound for Jakarta, Indonesia, carrying a mixed cargo of rubber, tin, and manufactured goods valued at approximately $800,000. The voyage was routine for the vessel, following well-established shipping routes through the Malacca Strait, one of the world's busiest waterways connecting the Indian and Pacific Oceans. The cargo manifest reflected the typical exports of Malaysian industry during the late 1950s, including natural rubber tapped from plantation forests, tin ore from the country's extensive mining operations, and various manufactured goods produced in the growing industrial centers around Kuala Lumpur. The shipment represented important economic connections between Malaysia and Indonesia during a period of regional cooperation and expanding trade relationships. Weather conditions at the time of departure appeared favorable for the inter-island voyage, with moderate monsoon winds and generally stable atmospheric conditions predicted along the route to Jakarta. The passage through the Malacca Strait was expected to take approximately 2 days, following shipping lanes that were regularly patrolled by maritime authorities from Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. The SS Bintang maintained regular radio contact with shore stations during the first day of her voyage, with radio officers reporting normal progress through the Malacca Strait and routine operations aboard the vessel. The ship's last confirmed communication occurred on March 16th, when her position was reported as approximately 50 miles southeast of Singapore, maintaining course and schedule for Jakarta. When the SS Bintang failed to arrive in Jakarta on her scheduled date of March 18th, Indonesian port authorities initially attributed the delay to weather or mechanical problems that might have affected her progress through the strait. However, when attempts to establish radio contact with the vessel proved unsuccessful, and when inquiries with Singapore and Malaysian authorities revealed no recent sightings, serious concerns began to develop about her fate. On March 20th, Malaysian maritime authorities officially declared the SS Bintang overdue and launched search and rescue operations coordinated with Indonesian and Singaporean coast guards. The initial search focused on the vessel's planned route through the southern portion of the Malacca Strait, utilizing patrol boats, aircraft, and merchant vessels to comb the area for any signs of the missing ship. The search operation faced unique challenges due to the extremely heavy maritime traffic in the Malacca Strait, where hundreds of vessels pass daily carrying trade between Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. The constant presence of ships, fishing boats, and other maritime activity made it difficult to distinguish potential debris or emergency signals from normal shipping operations. Despite these challenges, the search expanded to cover hundreds of square miles of the strait and adjacent waters, with rescue coordinators utilizing both surface vessels and aircraft to examine potential locations where the Bintang might have encountered problems. However, no trace of the vessel was found despite ideal weather conditions and comprehensive coverage of likely search areas. The official investigation into the loss of the SS Bintang was conducted jointly by Malaysian, Indonesian, and Singaporean maritime authorities, reflecting the international nature of the Malacca Strait shipping lanes. Investigators examined all available evidence, including radio communications, weather data, and reports from other vessels in the area, but found no definitive explanation for the ship's disappearance. The investigation revealed that the SS Bintang had been operating in some of the world's most congested shipping lanes, where the risk of collision with other vessels was a constant concern. The Malacca Strait's narrow width and heavy traffic created conditions where navigation errors or mechanical failures could quickly lead to dangerous situations, particularly during periods of reduced visibility or adverse weather. Maritime experts noted that the vessel's cargo of rubber and tin, while not inherently dangerous, could present challenges for ship stability if not properly loaded and secured. Rubber shipments were particularly susceptible to shifting during rough weather, potentially creating stability problems that could affect the vessel's seaworthiness. The investigation also considered the possibility of piracy, as the waters around Southeast Asia had experienced increased criminal activity during the 1950s, as political instability affected several regional nations. However, piracy in the Malacca Strait typically involved robbery, rather than the complete disappearance of vessels, and no ransom demands or other evidence of criminal activity were received. Environmental factors unique to tropical waters were examined as potential causes of the disaster, including sudden weather changes that could create dangerous conditions without warning. The monsoon climate of Southeast Asia was known for producing rapid onset storms that could overwhelm vessels caught in exposed waters, though such conditions typically left debris or other evidence of shipwreck. The timing of the SS Bintang's disappearance coincided with increasing political tensions in the region, as newly independent nations sought to establish their maritime boundaries and assert control over traditional shipping routes. Some investigators theorized that the vessel might have become involved in political incidents or territorial disputes, though no evidence supported such speculation. The loss of the SS Bintang had significant impacts on Malaysian maritime industry and regional shipping operations. Insurance claims totaling over $1.2 million were filed in connection with the ship's disappearance, while her loss disrupted established trade routes and forced other operators to reassess safety procedures for vessels operating in congested waters. The families of the 29 missing crew members faced particular challenges in dealing with their losses, as the absence of any physical evidence made it difficult to obtain death certificates and insurance settlements. The case highlighted the human costs of maritime disasters and the need for improved search and rescue coordination in international waters. The mystery of the SS Bintang inspired discussions about maritime safety in congested shipping lanes and the need for improved traffic management systems in areas like the Malacca Strait. The incident contributed to the eventual development of vessel traffic management systems and mandatory reporting procedures that help track ship movements in busy waterways. Modern shipping technology, including satellite tracking and automatic identification systems, has made disappearances like the SS Bintang much less likely in contemporary operations. However, the case serves as a reminder that even heavily trafficked waters can conceal maritime mysteries, and that the vast scale of ocean shipping can allow vessels to vanish despite being surrounded by other maritime activity. The search for the SS Bintang wreck has never been systematically pursued, partly due to the extreme depth and complex underwater terrain of the Malacca Strait. The vessel's remains, if they exist in identifiable form, likely lie buried in the sediments that constantly shift through one of the world's busiest waterways. As we sail away from the busy shipping lanes where the SS Bintang vanished among the countless vessels that traverse these waters daily, our voyage carries us south toward the remote waters off Australia, where smaller cargo vessels serve isolated communities and face the unique challenges of navigating vast distances between ports. Here, in the Southern Ocean's unforgiving waters, we encounter a tragedy that would demonstrate how quickly the sea can claim even modern vessels when conditions turn deadly. Chapter 20. MV Blythe Star, Tragedy in Southern Waters. The vast Southern Ocean now stretches before us as we navigate toward the remote waters off Australia's southern coast, where merchant vessels brave some of the most challenging conditions on Earth to serve isolated communities and remote mining operations. Here, in January 1973, we encounter a small cargo vessel whose loss would shock the Australian maritime community and demonstrate how quickly modern ships could be overwhelmed by the ocean's fury, even when equipped with contemporary safety equipment and emergency procedures. The MV Blythe Star was a small cargo vessel built in 1954, specifically for Australian coastal trading operations, designed to carry general cargo and supplies to remote ports along the continent's extensive coastline. At 203 feet in length and displacing 1,300 tons, she was typical of the smaller freighters that formed the backbone of Australia's domestic shipping industry, connecting isolated communities with major population centers and carrying the supplies essential for mining, farming, and other remote operations. The vessel was owned by Australian National Line and operated on routes connecting Adelaide, Melbourne, and other southern ports with remote destinations along Australia's southern and western coasts. Her design incorporated features necessary for Australian coastal operations, including shallow draft capabilities for accessing smaller ports and specialized cargo handling equipment for efficiently loading and unloading diverse cargoes. Captain Raymond Smith commanded the MV Blythe Star with extensive experience in Australian coastal waters, having spent over 15 years navigating the challenging conditions of the Southern Ocean and understanding the unique hazards of serving remote Australian ports. His crew of 30 officers and seamen included experienced Australian merchant mariners familiar with the demanding conditions of Southern Ocean navigation. On January 9, 1973, the MV Blythe Star departed Adelaide bound for Perth, carrying a cargo of general merchandise including vehicles, machinery, and consumer goods for Western Australian markets. The voyage was routine for the vessel, following established shipping routes along Australia's southern coast, through waters known for their challenging conditions, but regularly navigated by commercial vessels. The cargo manifest included a diverse mixture of goods typical of Australian interstate trade, including automobiles, farm equipment, consumer electronics, and various manufactured products. The shipment represented important economic connections between Australia's eastern and western regions during a period of rapid industrial growth and expanding domestic commerce. Weather conditions at the time of departure appeared manageable for experienced coastal operators, though meteorologists were tracking a developing storm system in the Great Australian Bight that might affect vessels along the southern route during the following days. Captain Smith was familiar with Southern Ocean weather patterns and had successfully navigated similar conditions numerous times during his career. The MV Blythe Star proceeded westward along the Australian coast, following standard shipping routes that took advantage of coastal navigation aids while staying far enough offshore to avoid the dangerous rocky shores and reefs that characterize much of Australia's southern coastline. The vessel maintained regular radio contact with shore stations during the first 2 days of her voyage. On January 11th, the developing storm system struck the Great Australian Bight with unexpected violence, bringing hurricane-force winds and mountainous seas that created some of the most dangerous conditions experienced in Australian waters during the decade. The storm caught several vessels in the open, with multiple ships reporting severe damage and requesting emergency assistance. The MV Blythe Star transmitted her final distress call on January 13th, reporting that the vessel was taking on water and experiencing severe difficulties in the storm. The radio message indicated that the ship's cargo had shifted, creating dangerous stability problems that threatened the vessel's ability to remain upright in the heavy seas. The transmission was weak and intermittent, suggesting that the ship's electrical systems were failing. Australian maritime authorities immediately launched search and rescue operations, deploying aircraft and vessels to locate the Blythe Star and provide assistance. However, the extreme weather conditions that had caused the emergency also hampered rescue efforts, with aircraft unable to fly safely and surface vessels struggling to make progress against the storm. When the weather finally moderated on January 15th, an extensive search was conducted throughout the area where the Blythe Star had transmitted her distress calls. Rescue aircraft spotted an empty lifeboat and various debris that was confirmed to have come from the missing vessel, but no survivors were found despite searching hundreds of square miles of ocean. The official investigation into the loss of the MV Blythe Star revealed that the vessel had been overwhelmed by a combination of extreme weather and cargo shifting that had created an impossible situation for the crew. The storm's violence had caused the ship's mixed cargo to break loose from its securing, creating a dangerous list that prevented the vessel from riding the waves properly. The investigation noted that while the Blythe Star had been properly constructed and maintained, her design was not optimized for the extreme conditions that could occur in the Southern Ocean during major storm systems. The vessel's relatively small size made her particularly vulnerable to being overwhelmed by the mountainous seas generated by the storm. The tragedy highlighted the dangers faced by crew members working aboard smaller cargo vessels in Australian waters, where the vast distances between ports meant that rescue assistance might be days away, even under favorable conditions. The loss of all 30 crew members made the Blythe Star disaster one of the worst peacetime maritime casualties in Australian history. The families of the missing crew members mounted their own investigation, questioning whether adequate weather warnings had been provided and whether the vessel should have been permitted to sail into the developing storm system. Their efforts led to improved weather forecasting and communication procedures for vessels operating in remote Australian waters. The wreck of the MV Blythe Star has never been located, despite occasional searches using modern underwater survey technology. The extreme depth of the Southern Ocean in the area where she was lost, combined with the violent conditions that characterize the seabed, have made finding the vessel's remains extremely difficult. Modern Australian maritime safety regulations include provisions inspired partly by the Blythe Star tragedy, including improved cargo securing requirements and enhanced weather routing procedures for vessels operating in the challenging waters of the Southern Ocean. The disaster serves as a reminder of the ocean's power to overwhelm even well-managed vessels when conditions exceed design limits. As we leave behind the stormy waters of the Southern Ocean, where the MV Blythe Star met her tragic end, our voyage carries us north toward the more sheltered waters of the Irish Sea, where naval vessels and merchant ships have navigated for centuries between Ireland and Britain. Here, in these historically significant waters, we encounter a Royal Navy vessel whose loss would be compounded by supernatural elements that continue to intrigue maritime investigators today. Chapter 21: HMS Wasp, the Celtic Sea Mystery. The gray waters of the Irish Sea now surround us as we navigate through the narrow channel that separates Ireland from Britain, where centuries of maritime history have played out against a backdrop of political conflict, naval warfare, and commercial enterprise. These waters have witnessed everything from Viking raids to modern naval operations, yet they continue to harbor mysteries that challenge our understanding of both maritime disaster and supernatural phenomena. HMS Wasp was a Royal Navy brig sloop built in 1812 during the height of the Napoleonic Wars, designed for patrol and escort duties in the coastal waters around the British Isles. At 110 feet in length and armed with 18 guns, she represented the type of small warship that formed the backbone of British naval operations during the early 19th century, fast enough to chase privateers and heavily armed enough to engage enemy vessels of similar size. The vessel was constructed at Woolwich Dockyard, using the standardized designs that allowed the Royal Navy to rapidly build large numbers of similar vessels during wartime. Her crew consisted of 121 officers and seamen, typical for a brig sloop of her era, including experienced naval personnel and pressed men who had been recruited through the controversial impressment system that helped man Britain's vast wartime fleet. Commander James Caulfield commanded HMS Wasp with extensive experience in naval operations around the British Isles, having previously served aboard several warships during the ongoing conflict with Napoleon's forces. His officers included experienced naval professionals familiar with the challenging conditions of Irish Sea operations, where weather, tides, and political tensions combined to create uniquely demanding circumstances. On September 22, 1814, HMS Wasp departed Cork, Ireland, bound for Leith, Scotland, carrying dispatches and performing routine patrol duties along the route. The voyage was considered routine, following well-established naval routes through relatively safe waters, where British naval supremacy had been firmly established throughout the war years. The mission included delivering important naval communications and maintaining the Royal Navy's visible presence in waters where Irish smugglers and French agents occasionally attempted to operate despite British naval dominance. Such patrol duties were considered routine for vessels like HMS Wasp, though the Irish Sea's notorious weather could make any voyage potentially dangerous. Weather conditions at departure appeared favorable for the coastal passage to Scotland, though autumn weather in the Irish Sea was notoriously unpredictable and could change rapidly from calm conditions to dangerous storms. Commander Caulfield was experienced in these waters and had successfully completed similar voyages numerous times. HMS Wasp was last sighted on September 23 by fishing vessels off the Irish coast, apparently proceeding normally toward Scotland under sail. The sighting was routine, with the naval vessel showing no signs of distress or unusual behavior as she continued her northward passage through the Irish Sea. When HMS Wasp failed to arrive at Leith on her scheduled date, naval authorities initially attributed the delay to adverse weather or the need to investigate suspicious vessels along her route. However, when additional time passed without any communication from the vessel, and when inquiries with coastal stations revealed no recent sightings, the Admiralty began to suspect that something serious had occurred. The Royal Navy launched an extensive search operation, deploying multiple vessels to search HMS Wasp's planned route and examine all possible locations where the ship might have sought shelter or encountered difficulties. The search continued for several weeks but found no trace of the missing vessel or her 121 crew members. The official Admiralty inquiry into the loss of HMS Wasp examined all available evidence but could find no definitive explanation for the vessel's disappearance. The investigation considered various possibilities, including enemy action, extreme weather, and navigational errors that might have led to grounding or collision with underwater obstacles. However, the inquiry was complicated by reports from coastal residents who claimed to have witnessed supernatural phenomena associated with the vessel's disappearance. Several witnesses reported seeing a warship on fire off the Irish coast during the night of September 23rd, with some describing the vessel as appearing to burn without being consumed by the flames. These supernatural accounts were initially dismissed by naval investigators as folklore or misidentification of natural phenomena. However, the consistency of the reports and the credibility of some witnesses, including experienced maritime observers, made the sightings difficult to ignore completely. Additional supernatural elements emerged when local residents began reporting ghostly apparitions of naval personnel in the area where HMS Wasp was believed to have been lost. These sightings typically involved figures in early 19th century naval uniforms appearing near the coastline, often during stormy weather conditions similar to those that might have caused the original disaster. The mystery deepened when wreckage believed to be from HMS Wasp began washing ashore along the Irish coast, but the debris appeared in locations that were inconsistent with known current patterns and weather conditions. Some pieces of wreckage were found in areas where they could not have arrived through normal drift patterns, suggesting either that the vessel had been lost in an unknown location or that supernatural forces were influencing the distribution of debris. Maritime historians noted that HMS Wasp's loss occurred during a period of significant political tension in Ireland, where British naval presence was often resented by local populations sympathetic to independence movements. Some researchers theorized that the vessel might have fallen victim to sabotage or attack by Irish revolutionaries, though no evidence of such activities was ever discovered. The supernatural aspects of the HMS Wasp mystery became more pronounced over time, with multiple generations of coastal residents reporting sightings of the ghostly warship and her crew. These apparitions typically appeared during anniversary dates or during weather conditions similar to those believed to have caused the original disaster. Modern paranormal investigators have studied the HMS Wasp case as an example of maritime supernatural phenomena, noting the persistence of the sightings and the detailed nature of witness accounts. Some researchers have proposed that traumatic events at sea can create psychic impressions that continue to manifest long after the original tragedy. Skeptical researchers have suggested that the supernatural aspects of the HMS Wasp mystery represent a combination of folklore, suggestion, and misidentification of natural phenomena. They note that coastal communities often develop ghost stories around unexplained tragedies, and that such legends can persist for generations regardless of their factual basis. The historical significance of HMS Wasp's loss extends beyond the mystery of her disappearance to encompass broader questions about Royal Navy operations during the Napoleonic period and the challenges of maintaining maritime security around the British Isles. The vessel's loss represented a significant blow to British naval prestige and highlighted the ongoing dangers faced by naval personnel, even in supposedly safe home waters. Archaeological efforts to locate the wreck of HMS Wasp have been complicated by the complex underwater terrain of the Irish Sea and the vessel's unknown final position. Several underwater contacts have been investigated over the years, but none have been definitively identified as the missing warship. The legacy of HMS Wasp continues to influence discussions about maritime supernatural phenomena and the psychological impact of unexplained tragedies on coastal communities. The case represents one of the most thoroughly documented examples of ghost ship sightings in British waters, with reports continuing into the modern era. As we sail away from the mysterious waters where HMS Wasp vanished along with her supernatural legacy, our voyage carries us into the more dangerous waters of the early 20th century, where the growing tensions of a world heading toward global conflict would create new forms of maritime peril that combine traditional naval warfare with emerging technologies of mass destruction. Chapter 22. Baron Gouch, Victim of the Great War. The sparkling waters of the Adriatic Sea now carry us into a region where the beauty of the Mediterranean conceals the deadly remnants of humanity's most destructive conflicts. Here, Off the Croatian coast in July 1914, we encounter a passenger liner whose destruction would mark one of the first maritime casualties of the Great War, demonstrating how quickly the civilized world of international travel could be transformed into a battlefield where innocent passengers became victims of military technology. The Baron Gauch was an Austrian passenger steamship built in 1908 by the Stabilimento Tecnico shipyard in Trieste for the Austrian Lloyd Shipping Company. At 445 feet in length and displacing 7,500 tons, she was one of the largest and most luxurious passenger vessels operating in the Adriatic, designed to carry travelers between Austrian ports and destinations throughout the Mediterranean in comfort and style. The vessel represented the pinnacle of pre-war Austrian maritime technology and hospitality, featuring elegant passenger accommodations, modern safety equipment, and powerful steam propulsion that allowed her to maintain reliable schedules despite the sometimes challenging conditions of Mediterranean navigation. Her passenger facilities included first-class cabins that rivaled the finest European hotels, while her public spaces featured the artistic and architectural elements characteristic of Austrian imperial design. Captain Paul Hinke commanded the Baron Gauch, with extensive experience in Mediterranean passenger service, having previously commanded several vessels for Austrian Lloyd during the golden age of pre-war European travel. His crew included experienced Austrian and Italian officers and seamen familiar with the demanding requirements of luxury passenger operations in increasingly tense political circumstances. On July 13, 1914, just weeks after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand had set European political tensions soaring toward the breaking point, the Baron Gauch departed Cattaro, now Kotor, Montenegro, bound for Trieste with 267 passengers and crew aboard. The passenger list included Austrian officials, military personnel, and civilians attempting to return to Austrian territory as diplomatic relations deteriorated throughout the region. The voyage was taking place during an extremely volatile period in European history, with Austria-Hungary preparing for military action against Serbia, while other European powers began mobilizing their forces for what would become the First World War. The Adriatic had become increasingly dangerous for civilian shipping as military activities intensified and naval mines were being deployed by various forces. Despite the growing tensions, civilian passenger service continued operating under international maritime law, which theoretically protected passenger vessels from military attack. However, the rapid escalation toward war had created confusion about the status of various vessels and the safety of traditional shipping routes throughout the Mediterranean. Weather conditions for the voyage appeared favorable, though the political climate created far greater dangers than any natural hazard. The Baron Gauch's route would take her through waters where Austrian, Italian, and other naval forces were conducting increasingly aggressive patrols as Europe moved inexorably toward war. On July 13th, while approaching the port of Pola, now Pula, Croatia, the Baron Gauch struck a naval mine that had been laid by the Austrian Navy as part of defensive preparations for the anticipated conflict. The explosion tore a massive hole in the vessel's hull, causing catastrophic flooding that doomed the ship within minutes of the impact. The mine explosion created panic among the passengers and crew, many of whom had no experience with wartime conditions and were unprepared for the violent reality of modern naval warfare. The vessel's passenger accommodations, designed for luxury rather than emergency evacuation, complicated efforts to abandon ship quickly and efficiently. Captain Hinke and his crew attempted to organize the evacuation, but the rapid flooding and the ship's increasing list made it difficult to launch lifeboats safely. Many passengers were trapped below decks as the vessel settled rapidly by the bow, while others were thrown into the water without adequate life preservers or survival equipment. The Baron Gauch sank approximately 40 minutes after striking the mine, taking with her 177 passengers and crew members in one of the first major maritime disasters of the First World War. The tragedy demonstrated how quickly civilian shipping could become casualties of military action, even when not deliberately targeted by enemy forces. Rescue operations were launched immediately by Austrian naval vessels and local fishing boats, but the rapid sinking of the Baron Gauch and the chaos created by the explosion limited the effectiveness of rescue efforts. Only 90 survivors were pulled from the water, many suffering from injuries caused by the explosion or exposure to the sea. The official investigation into the Baron Gauch disaster revealed that the vessel had struck an Austrian mine, that had been laid as part of defensive preparations for the approaching war. The tragic irony that an Austrian ship had been destroyed by Austrian military equipment highlighted the confusion and poor coordination that characterized the early stages of the conflict. The investigation also revealed serious deficiencies in the procedures for notifying civilian shipping about the location of naval mines and other military hazards. The Baron Gouch's crew had not been adequately informed about the minefields that had been established along their route, reflecting the chaos that surrounded the transition from peace to war. The disaster had immediate impacts on civilian shipping throughout the Mediterranean, as passenger services were suspended or rerouted to avoid areas where naval mines might have been deployed. The incident demonstrated that traditional maritime safety procedures were inadequate for dealing with the new realities of modern warfare. The families of the 177 victims faced particular challenges in dealing with their losses, as the circumstances of the disaster raised complex questions about responsibility and compensation. The fact that the vessel had been destroyed by friendly forces created unprecedented legal and diplomatic complications that took years to resolve. The Baron Gouch tragedy became a symbol of how modern warfare could transform innocent civilian activities into deadly encounters with military technology. The incident highlighted the vulnerability of passenger shipping during periods of international conflict and the need for better coordination between military and civilian maritime authorities. The wreck of the Baron Gouch was located shortly after the disaster and has since become an important underwater archaeological site that provides insights into early 20th century passenger vessel design and the impact of naval warfare on civilian shipping. The vessel's remains serve as an underwater memorial to the victims of one of the first maritime disasters of the Great War. Modern maritime historians have studied the Baron Gouch case as an example of how technological advances in warfare created new categories of maritime hazard that existing safety procedures were unprepared to address. The incident contributed to the development of improved coordination procedures between military and civilian maritime authorities. The legacy of the Baron Gouch extends beyond the immediate tragedy to encompass broader questions about the protection of civilian shipping during wartime and the responsibility of military forces to prevent harm to non-combatants. The case established precedents that influenced the development of international maritime law governing the conduct of naval warfare. As we sail away from the mine-infested waters where the Baron Gouch met her tragic end, our voyage carries us into the realm of pure maritime legend, where historical reality gives way to mythological narrative and supernatural belief. Here, in the misty waters between legend and fact, we encounter not a single vessel, but an eternal apparition that has haunted sailors' imaginations for centuries. Chapter 23, The Flying Dutchman, the Eternal Voyager. The mists of legend now surround our vessel as we enter waters where mythology and maritime history intertwine in one of the most enduring and influential ghost ship stories ever told. Here, in the storm-tossed seas off the Cape of Good Hope, we encounter not a historical vessel whose fate can be documented and investigated, but rather a mythological ship that has sailed through centuries of maritime folklore to become the archetypal ghost ship of Western culture. The Flying Dutchman exists not as a single historical vessel, but as a collection of legends, stories, and supernatural beliefs that have evolved over centuries of maritime tradition. The central narrative tells of a Dutch merchant captain who defied God and nature by attempting to round the Cape of Good Hope during a terrible storm, cursing his vessel and crew to sail the oceans for eternity without ever reaching port. The earliest versions of the Flying Dutchman legend appear to date from the 17th century, during the golden age of Dutch maritime expansion, when ships from the Netherlands dominated global trade routes and established commercial connections throughout Asia, Africa, and the Americas. The dangerous passage around the Cape of Good Hope, with its notorious storms and treacherous currents, provided a natural setting for supernatural tales. According to the most common version of the legend, Captain Hendrik van der Decken commanded a Dutch East India Company vessel bound for the Indies when his ship encountered a violent storm while attempting to round the Cape. As the tempest raged and his crew begged him to seek shelter, the captain allegedly cursed God and swore that he would round the Cape even if it took until Judgment Day. The supernatural elements of the story describe how Van der Decken's blasphemous oath condemned his ship to eternal wandering, unable to make port or find rest until the end of time. The crew, trapped aboard the cursed vessel, were doomed to share their captain's fate, sailing endlessly through the world's oceans as a warning to other mariners about the dangers of defying divine will. The Flying Dutchman legend incorporates numerous variations and embellishments that have accumulated over centuries of retelling. Some versions describe the ship as appearing as a glowing phantom vessel that can be seen sailing against the wind or in impossible weather conditions. Others tell of the ghost ship's crew attempting to deliver messages to the living world, though these communications typically bring misfortune to those who receive them. The supernatural vessel has been described as appearing in various forms, from a traditional 17th century merchant ship to a more spectral apparition that glows with an eerie light. Witnesses have reported seeing the Flying Dutchman in different oceans around the world, though sightings are most commonly associated with the waters around the Cape of Good Hope, where the legend originated. Historical research has failed to identify any specific vessel or captain that might have inspired the Flying Dutchman legend, though the story clearly draws upon the real dangers and psychological stresses of early maritime exploration. The treacherous waters around southern Africa claim numerous Dutch vessels during the colonial period, providing ample material for supernatural storytelling. The legend gained international prominence through literary works, most notably Richard Wagner's opera Der Fliegende Hollander, 1843, which established many of the supernatural elements that continue to characterize Flying Dutchman stories. Wagner's version introduced the romantic element of redemption through love, adding psychological depth to what had been primarily a cautionary tale about maritime hubris. Maritime psychologists have analyzed the Flying Dutchman legend as an expression of sailors' fears about eternal separation from home and family, reflecting the very real possibility that merchant seamen might die far from home without their families ever learning their fate. The story serves as a metaphor for the ultimate maritime nightmare, a voyage that never ends. The legend has been interpreted as a cultural response to the expansion of European maritime power during the colonial period, when sailors ventured into unknown waters far from familiar landmarks and religious consolation. The Flying Dutchman represents the psychological cost of maritime empire building and the spiritual dangers of unlimited ambition. Reported sightings of the Flying Dutchman have continued into the modern era, with numerous witnesses claiming to have observed the phantom ship under various circumstances. These accounts typically describe a vessel that appears suddenly in impossible weather conditions, sails against the wind, or vanishes when approached by other ships. Notable alleged sightings include reports by the crew of HMS Bacchante in 1881, when the future King George V of England was serving as a young naval officer. The official log described encountering a strange glowing ship that disappeared when approached, though skeptics have suggested that the sighting represented a mirage or other optical phenomenon rather than supernatural activity. Modern maritime researchers have proposed various explanations for Flying Dutchman sightings, including optical illusions caused by atmospheric conditions, misidentification of distant vessels, and the psychological tendency to interpret unusual phenomena in terms of familiar legends. The superior mirage effect, common in certain oceanic conditions, can create the appearance of ships sailing in impossible positions or orientations. However, the persistence of Flying Dutchman reports across multiple centuries and cultural contexts suggests that the legend serves important psychological and cultural functions that transcend rational explanation. The story continues to resonate with maritime communities and popular culture, demonstrating the enduring power of supernatural narrative to address fundamental human fears and anxieties. The Flying Dutchman has become one of the most influential maritime legends in Western culture, inspiring countless works of literature, opera, film, and popular entertainment. The ghost ship appears in everything from classical music to modern cinema, demonstrating how maritime folklore can evolve and adapt to contemporary cultural contexts while maintaining its essential supernatural elements. The legend has also influenced how real maritime mysteries are perceived and interpreted, with many unexplained ship disappearances being compared to the Flying Dutchman story. The archetypal ghost ship has become a cultural template for understanding maritime supernatural phenomena, providing a framework for interpreting unusual sightings and unexplained events at sea. Maritime historians have noted that the Flying Dutchman legend reflects broader themes in European colonial culture, including anxieties about divine punishment, the costs of imperial ambition, and the psychological challenges of operating in unfamiliar environments far from traditional sources of spiritual and cultural support. The story's endurance demonstrates how maritime folklore can serve as a repository for cultural memory about the dangers and psychological costs of seafaring, preserving important historical insights about maritime experience, even when the specific historical details that inspired the legend have been lost or transformed beyond recognition. As we sail away from the legendary waters where the Flying Dutchman is doomed to wander eternally, our voyage returns us to the documented realm of historical maritime tragedy, where real vessels and actual human lives were lost in circumstances that would later be embellished with supernatural elements. Here, in the familiar waters around the British Isles, we encounter our final mystery, a Royal Navy training ship whose loss would be compounded by ghostly sightings that continue to intrigue maritime investigators. Chapter 24, HMS Eurydice, the training ship tragedy. The choppy waters of the English Channel now carry us back to the familiar coasts of Britain, where the Royal Navy has trained generations of sailors in the demanding arts of seamanship and naval warfare. Here, in March 1878, we encounter our final maritime mystery, a naval training vessel whose tragic loss would be followed by supernatural sightings that have continued for nearly 150 years, creating one of the most thoroughly documented ghost ship cases in British maritime history. HMS Eurydice was a Royal Navy sailing frigate built in 1843, originally designed as a fighting ship during the era when wind-powered vessels still dominated naval warfare. By the 1870s, however, the vessel had been converted to serve as a training ship for young sailors learning the traditional skills of seamanship that remained essential even as the Navy transitioned to steam-powered warships. At 921 tons and 144 feet in length, she provided an ideal platform for teaching navigation, sail handling, and shipboard discipline. The vessel's conversion to training duties reflected the Royal Navy's recognition that traditional seamanship skills remained vital even in the age of steam and steel. Young sailors needed to understand wind, weather, and the behavior of ships under sail before they could effectively serve aboard the modern warships that were beginning to dominate naval fleets worldwide. Captain Marcus Hare commanded HMS Eurydice with extensive experience in naval training operations, having previously served as an instructor at the Royal Naval College and aboard other training vessels. His crew included experienced petty officers who served as instructors, along with 319 naval cadets and midshipmen who were completing their basic seamanship training. On March 6, 1878, HMS Eurydice departed Portsmouth for a routine training cruise in the waters around the Isle of Wight, where the sheltered conditions of the Solent provided ideal opportunities for sail training exercises while remaining close enough to port for easy supervision and safety support. The voyage was considered routine, following well-established training procedures that had been successfully conducted hundreds of times. The weather conditions appeared favorable for training operations, with moderate winds and generally clear skies predicted for the training area. The Isle of Wight waters were familiar to all the ship's officers and provided excellent conditions for teaching young sailors the fundamentals of navigation, sail handling, and ship management under varying wind conditions. However, on March 24th, while returning to Portsmouth after a successful training period, HMS Eurydice encountered a sudden and violent snow squall that struck the Solent without warning. The squall brought hurricane-force winds and blinding snow that created dangerous conditions for any sailing vessel, but particularly for a ship carrying large numbers of inexperienced trainees. The sudden onset of the squall caught HMS Eurydice with full sail set, as the training crew had been practicing sail handling procedures in the moderate conditions that had prevailed throughout the day. When the squall struck, the vessel was immediately overwhelmed by the combination of extreme winds and the inability to reduce sail quickly enough to prevent capsizing. HMS Eurydice capsized and sank within minutes of being struck by the squall, taking with her 317 officers, instructors, and cadets in one of the worst peacetime disasters in Royal Navy history. The speed of the disaster left no time for organized evacuation procedures, and only 2 survivors were pulled from the water by rescue vessels that responded to the emergency. The tragedy shocked the British public and led to extensive investigations into the circumstances of the disaster and the adequacy of safety procedures for naval training operations. The inquiry revealed that while the squall had been unusually sudden and violent, Better weather awareness and more conservative sail handling might have prevented the catastrophe. The official investigation concluded that HMS Eurydice had been overwhelmed by weather conditions that, while extreme, were not unprecedented in British waters. The inquiry recommended improved weather forecasting for training operations and revised procedures for sail handling in potentially dangerous conditions. However, within months of the disaster, reports began circulating of supernatural sightings in the waters where HMS Eurydice had been lost. Local fishermen and pleasure boat operators reported seeing a naval vessel sailing in the Solent under circumstances that suggested supernatural rather than natural phenomena. The ghostly sightings typically described HMS Eurydice appearing as a fully rigged sailing ship, operating under conditions that would be impossible for a physical vessel. Witnesses reported seeing the ship sailing against the wind, appearing in perfect weather when violent squalls had been forecast, or vanishing when approached by other vessels. These supernatural reports gained credibility when they were confirmed by experienced naval personnel and other reliable witnesses who were familiar with both maritime conditions and naval vessels. Several Royal Navy officers reported sightings that they could not explain through conventional means, lending official weight to the ghost ship reports. The most famous supernatural encounter occurred in 1998, when a Royal Navy submarine reportedly detected a large surface contact in the exact location where HMS Eurydice had sunk. Sonar operators described tracking a vessel that appeared to be moving at impossible speeds and exhibiting characteristics inconsistent with any known type of ship. Modern paranormal investigators have studied the HMS Eurydice case as one of the most thoroughly documented examples of naval supernatural phenomena. The persistence of the sightings across multiple generations and the credibility of many witnesses have made the case a subject of serious study by researchers interested in maritime paranormal activity. Skeptical researchers have proposed various explanations for the Eurydice sightings, including optical illusions, misidentification of other vessels, and the psychological tendency to interpret unusual phenomena in terms of familiar legends. However, the specific details reported by multiple independent witnesses have made conventional explanations difficult to accept for many observers. The wreck of HMS Eurydice was located and extensively studied by maritime archaeologists, who found the vessel lying on her side in approximately 60 feet of water. The wreck site has been designated as a protected war grave, with diving restricted out of respect for the 317 men who lost their lives in the disaster. The archaeological investigation of the wreck confirmed the official account of the disaster, showing evidence of the sudden capsizing that had overwhelmed the vessel when struck by the snow squall. The vessel's position and condition were consistent with the rapid sinking described by the two survivors. The legacy of HMS Eurydice extends beyond the immediate tragedy to encompass broader questions about naval training safety and the psychological impact of maritime disasters on naval communities. The case contributed to improved safety procedures for training operations and better weather awareness in naval seamanship instruction. The supernatural aspects of the Eurydice case have made the vessel one of the most famous ghost ships in British waters, with reported sightings continuing into the 21st century. The persistence of these reports demonstrates how maritime tragedies can evolve into enduring folklore that influences how subsequent maritime phenomena are perceived and interpreted. As our journey through maritime mysteries draws to a close, we find ourselves surrounded by the countless spirits of ships and sailors who have been claimed by the sea throughout history. From the ancient legends of phantom vessels to the modern disappearances that continue to puzzle investigators, the ocean remains humanity's greatest source of mystery and wonder. The waves that carry us gently toward our final port seem to whisper the names of all the vessels we have encountered, ships that sailed into legend, crews that vanished without trace, and mysteries that may never be solved. In the end, perhaps that is as it should be, for the sea must keep some of its secrets if it is to maintain the sense of wonder and respect that has drawn explorers, merchants, and dreamers to its endless horizons for thousands of years. Chapter 25, SS Richard Montgomery, The Ticking Time Bomb. As our long journey through maritime mysteries nears its end, we find ourselves in the familiar waters of the Thames estuary, where the busy shipping lanes that serve London carry vessels of every description between the great port and the open sea. Yet here, beneath these seemingly safe and well-traveled waters, lies perhaps the most dangerous shipwreck in the world, a vessel whose cargo remains so threatening that it continues to pose risks to millions of people more than 8 decades after her sinking. The SS Richard Montgomery was an American Liberty ship built in 1943 during the height of World War II, when the United States was producing cargo vessels at an unprecedented rate to support the Allied war effort. At 441 feet in length and displacing 7,200 tons, she was typical of the mass-produced freighters that carried the weapons, ammunition, and supplies essential for defeating the Axis powers. Her construction incorporated the simplified designs and rapid building techniques that allowed American shipyards to launch completed vessels in a matter of weeks. The vessel was named after Richard Montgomery, an American Revolutionary War general, reflecting the wartime practice of honoring historical military figures. Her design prioritized cargo capacity and construction speed over comfort or longevity, as Liberty ships were intended to serve for the duration of the war, rather than for decades of peacetime service. Captain Charles Wilkie commanded the SS Richard Montgomery during her final voyage, carrying a crew of merchant mariners operating under the dangerous conditions of wartime Atlantic shipping. The vessel's mission was to transport military supplies from American ports to British bases, running the gauntlet of German U-boats that continued to threaten Allied shipping, despite the war's progression in favor of the Allies. On August 20, 1944, the SS Richard Montgomery arrived in the Thames estuary carrying approximately 6,000 tons of munitions, destined for Allied forces preparing for the final push into Nazi-occupied Europe. Her cargo included bombs, shells, fuses, and other explosive materials that represented the concentrated firepower needed to support major military operations. The vessel anchored in the designated anchorage area to await assignment to a berth where her deadly cargo could be safely unloaded. However, the Thames estuary's complex tidal patterns and shallow waters created challenging conditions for heavily loaded vessels like the Richard Montgomery. On August 20th, the ship dragged her anchor during a falling tide and grounded on a sandbank in relatively shallow water. The grounding was not initially considered serious, as such incidents were common in the busy estuary, and plans were made to refloat the vessel on the next high tide. The grounding became catastrophic when the ship's hull began to break under the stress of being supported unevenly by the sandbank. As the tide fell further, the forward section of the vessel cracked and began to flood, while the stern section remained relatively intact. The ship's crew was evacuated safely, but her cargo of explosives remained trapped in the flooding holds. Efforts to salvage the munitions were hampered by the dangerous nature of the cargo and the vessel's deteriorating condition. Approximately 3,000 tons of explosives were successfully removed before the operation was abandoned due to safety concerns and the risk that further salvage efforts might trigger a catastrophic explosion. The remaining 3,000 tons of munitions were left aboard the wreck, where they remain to this day. The decision to abandon the remaining cargo was made reluctantly, as officials recognized that the explosives would pose a long-term threat to shipping and coastal communities. However, the alternative of continuing salvage operations in increasingly dangerous conditions was deemed unacceptable, and the wreck site was designated a prohibited area to prevent unauthorized interference with the unstable munitions. Over the subsequent decades, the SS Richard Montgomery has become one of the world's most closely monitored shipwrecks, with regular surveys conducted to assess the condition of both the vessel and her explosive cargo. The wreck lies in approximately 50 feet of water, with her masts and superstructure still visible above the surface at low tide, serving as a constant reminder of the danger lurking beneath the waves. Maritime experts have estimated that if the remaining munitions were to explode simultaneously, the blast would be equivalent to a small nuclear weapon, capable of causing massive damage to shipping, coastal installations, and communities throughout the Thames estuary. The explosion would likely create a tsunami that could devastate low-lying areas along both sides of the Thames, while the blast itself could damage structures as far away as central London. The condition of the explosives has been the subject of extensive study, with experts attempting to determine how long the munitions might remain stable in their underwater environment. Some components of the cargo, particularly the TNT-based explosives, are believed to become more unstable over time as they undergo chemical changes due to prolonged exposure to seawater and marine organisms. The British government has maintained continuous monitoring of the wreck site, using remote sensing equipment to detect any changes in the vessel's condition or signs that the cargo might be becoming unstable. Regular surveys are conducted by specialized teams trained in handling underwater explosives, though direct intervention with the cargo is avoided due to the risks involved. The presence of the SS Richard Montgomery has complicated shipping operations in the Thames estuary, as vessels must navigate around the designated exclusion zone that surrounds the wreck. The prohibited area extends for several hundred meters in all directions from the wreck, effectively removing a significant portion of the estuary from use by commercial shipping. Environmental concerns have also arisen regarding the long-term impact of the wreck on Thames estuary ecosystems, as the deteriorating vessel continues to leak fuel oil and other contaminants into the surrounding waters. However, efforts to address these environmental issues are constrained by the overriding safety concerns related to the explosive cargo. The SS Richard Montgomery has become a subject of considerable public interest and concern, with regular media coverage of the monitoring efforts and periodic calls for more aggressive action to address the threat. However, experts continue to advise that any attempt to remove or neutralize the explosives would be more dangerous than leaving them undisturbed. As we sail carefully around the exclusion zone that marks the Richard Montgomery's final resting place, our journey continues toward the English Channel, where vessels of every era have struggled against the challenging conditions of one of the world's busiest waterways. Chapter 26, Sabrina, the Perfect Abandonment. The English Channel now carries us through waters that have witnessed centuries of maritime activity, from Roman galleys to modern container ships, yet continue to conceal mysteries that baffle investigators. Here, in October 1917, during the dark days of the First World War, we encounter a sailing barge whose discovery would create one of the most perfect examples of maritime abandonment, a vessel found in pristine condition with no sign of her crew or any indication of why they had vanished. The Sabrina was a British sailing barge built in 1873 for coastal trading operations around the British Isles, designed to carry bulk cargoes like coal, grain, and building materials between ports that lacked facilities for larger vessels. At 189 feet in length, she represented the type of working sail that continued to operate economically, even as steam power dominated longer-distance shipping routes. Captain Martin commanded the Sabrina with a small crew of 5 experienced bargemen, familiar with the challenging conditions of wartime coastal shipping, when German U-boats and mines made every voyage potentially deadly. The vessel was engaged in the vital work of carrying coal from southern England to northern French ports, supporting the Allied war effort by maintaining essential supply lines despite the submarine threat. On October 15, 1917, the Sabrina departed Falmouth bound for Saint-Brieuc, France, carrying a cargo of coal for French military and civilian use. The voyage was considered routine despite the wartime conditions, following established coastal routes that offered some protection from German submarines operating in deeper waters. The crew expected to complete the journey within a few days, depending on wind and weather conditions. 2 days later, on October 17th, the Sabrina was discovered by French patrol vessels running aground on the Roselle Point Reef near the Normandy coast. The barge appeared to be intact and undamaged, with her cargo properly stowed and her sails neatly furled, yet no crew members were anywhere to be found aboard the vessel. The French authorities who boarded the abandoned barge found everything in perfect order, with no signs of struggle, violence, or hasty departure. The crew's personal belongings remained in their quarters, meals were found half-prepared in the galley, and the ship's money and valuable cargo were completely untouched. Most mysteriously, the vessel's boats remained securely lashed in place, ruling out the possibility that the crew had abandoned ship using the available lifeboats. The official investigation into the Sabrina mystery examined every possible explanation for the crew's disappearance, but found no evidence to support any particular theory. The vessel showed no signs of damage from submarine attack, mine explosion, or collision, while the undisturbed state of the cargo and personal belongings argued against piracy or other criminal activity. Weather conditions during the voyage had been generally favorable, with no storms or dangerous conditions that might have required emergency action. The barge's position when found suggested that she had been sailing normally when her crew vanished, as her course and the set of her sails were consistent with making for the French coast. The mystery deepened when investigators discovered that the Sabrina's logbook contained no entries explaining the circumstances of the crew's disappearance or any problems that might have developed during the voyage. The final entries were routine, recording normal sailing conditions and progress toward the destination port. Various theories were proposed to explain the fate of Captain Martin and his crew, including capture by German forces, falling overboard during some shipboard emergency, or abandoning the vessel for unknown reasons. However, none of these explanations could account for the perfect condition of the barge and the complete absence of any evidence supporting such scenarios. The Sabrina case became one of the war's most puzzling maritime mysteries, inspiring numerous investigations and theories, but never producing a definitive explanation for the crew's fate. The incident highlighted the many dangers faced by merchant seamen during wartime, while also demonstrating how completely crews could vanish without leaving any trace of their final moments. Chapter 27, The Seabird, Mystery on the Massachusetts Shore. Our voyage now carries us across the Atlantic to the New England coast, where American maritime history includes numerous tales of vessels found abandoned under mysterious circumstances. Here, in 1750, we encounter one of the earliest recorded examples of a ghost ship discovery in American waters, a vessel that would establish patterns of maritime mystery that continue to intrigue investigators nearly 3 centuries later. The Seabird was a small merchant vessel operating along the New England coast during the colonial period, carrying goods and passengers between the growing settlements that dotted the American shoreline. Built sometime in the 1740s, she represented the type of coastal trader that formed the backbone of colonial maritime commerce, connecting isolated communities with larger ports and markets. On a cold winter morning in 1750, residents of Easton's Beach near Newport, Rhode Island, discovered the Seabird driven ashore by winter storms, her hull intact but completely abandoned. The vessel appeared to have been recently occupied, with a fire still burning in the galley and coffee remaining warm in cups, yet no trace of her crew or passengers could be found anywhere aboard. The discovery created immediate puzzlement among local residents, who could find no explanation for the crew's disappearance. The vessel showed no signs of damage, violence, or emergency conditions that might have forced an evacuation, while personal belongings and cargo remained undisturbed throughout the ship. Most mysteriously, investigators found evidence that the Seabird had been carrying passengers, including women and children, based on clothing and personal items discovered in the cabins. However, no bodies were found aboard the vessel or along the nearby shoreline, despite extensive searches of the area. The Seabird mystery has never been solved, becoming one of America's earliest documented ghost ship cases and establishing many of the elements that would characterize similar discoveries in subsequent centuries. The incident demonstrated that maritime mysteries were not limited to any particular era or technology, but represented enduring aspects of the human relationship with the sea. Chapter 28, HMS Challenger, Island Tragedy. The warm waters of the Caribbean now embrace our vessel as we encounter the final Royal Navy mystery in our collection, a survey ship whose scientific mission would end in tragedy under circumstances that combine natural disaster with human error. HMS Challenger, launched in 1858, was engaged in groundbreaking oceanographic research when disaster struck in 1883. The vessel was conducting surveys in Caribbean waters when she encountered a severe hurricane that drove her onto rocks near Barbados. While most of the crew survived the initial grounding, subsequent efforts to salvage equipment and scientific specimens led to additional casualties when unstable sections of the wreck collapsed unexpectedly. The tragedy highlighted the dangers faced by scientific vessels operating in remote areas where rescue resources were limited and weather conditions could change rapidly. The loss of valuable scientific data and equipment represented a significant setback for oceanic research, while the human casualties reminded the scientific community that exploration always carried inherent risks. The HMS Challenger incident has been studied by maritime safety experts as an example of how rescue operations can create additional hazards if not properly managed. The case contributed to improved safety procedures for scientific vessels and better coordination between research activities and emergency response capabilities. Chapter 29, Water Witch, the Vanishing Schooner. Our final vessel carries us back to the era of commercial sail, when wind-powered ships carried the world's trade across vast ocean distances using nothing but natural forces and human skill. The Water Witch was a merchant schooner operating in North American waters during the mid-19th century engaged in the coastal trade that connected growing industrial centers with sources of raw materials. In 1857, the Water Witch departed Charleston, South Carolina, bound for New York with a cargo of cotton and other southern products. The vessel was well found and properly manned, commanded by an experienced captain familiar with the Atlantic coastal route. Weather conditions appeared favorable for the voyage, and no unusual circumstances surrounded the departure. The Water Witch was never seen again. Despite extensive searches along her planned route and inquiries at every port where she might have sought shelter, no trace of the vessel or her crew was ever found. The complete disappearance puzzled investigators and inspired numerous theories, but the mystery was never solved. The case of the Water Witch represents countless similar disappearances that occurred during the Age of Sail, when vessels could vanish without trace in the vast expanses of the ocean. The incident highlighted the vulnerability of wind-powered ships to sudden weather changes and the limited search and rescue capabilities available during the 19th century. Epilogue: The Eternal Mystery. As our long journey through maritime mysteries draws to its close, we find ourselves surrounded by the gentle rhythm of waves that have carried secrets for millennia. The vessels we have encountered, from ancient legends to modern disappearances, remind us that the ocean remains humanity's greatest source of mystery and wonder. Each ship in our collection represents not just a maritime disaster or unexplained phenomenon, but a story of human ambition, courage, and the eternal struggle between mortals and the sea. Whether they vanished in supernatural circumstances, fell victim to natural forces, or simply sailed beyond the horizon never to return, these vessels have earned their place in maritime legend through the mysteries they left behind. The sea keeps its secrets jealously, revealing just enough to tantalize investigators while concealing the final truths that might solve these enduring puzzles. Perhaps that is as it should be, for a world without mysteries would be a diminished place, lacking the sense of wonder that has driven explorers, merchants, and dreamers to brave the ocean's vastness for thousands of years. In the gentle sound of waves against our hull, we can hear the whispers of all the ships we have encountered, the Valencia's phantom radio calls, the Mary Celeste's perfect abandonment, the Flying Dutchman's eternal voyage, and countless others whose stories continue to capture imaginations around the world. These vessels have achieved a form of immortality through mystery, sailing forever in the realm of legend and speculation. The ocean stretches endlessly before us, holding within its depths the answers to questions we may never ask and the solutions to mysteries we have yet to discover. New vessels will undoubtedly join the ranks of maritime mysteries, adding their stories to the eternal collection of unexplained phenomena that make the sea both beautiful and terrible. As the stars emerge in the darkening sky above and the gentle swell rocks our vessel toward peaceful rest, we can take comfort in knowing that somewhere in the vast darkness, the mystery ships continue their eternal voyages. The sea remembers everything and forgets nothing, preserving the stories of those who trusted their lives to wind and wave, whether they found safe harbor or sailed into legend. The wind begins to soften now, carrying with it the salt-sweet smell of distant shores and the promise of peaceful dreams. The waves whisper their ancient lullabies as they have for countless generations of sailors, while the stars above shine down on waters that hold more stories than could ever be told. Let the mysteries of the sea carry you gently into rest, knowing that tomorrow will bring new horizons, and perhaps, if we are fortunate, new mysteries to explore. The tide turns, the night settles peacefully around us, and somewhere beyond the horizon, the ghost ships sail on through waters that reflect the eternal dance of mystery and memory, legend and truth, in the endless book of the sea.